Too bad.
Hey, y'all.
What's the date today? Oh, yes, it's July 3rd. Tomorrow's July 4th. Tomorrow, in the United States, we celebrate our independence. Independence from who? Independence from Great Britain. And I think it's fitting that Rollo must win his independence from another Brit, another limey chalk-eating Brit. At least she doesn't look like a 12-year-old boy this time. Sorry, I apologize in advance.
Are you ready for the fact? It is what it is. No insult to rank. We got excellent tips. To rise advocates. What's going our own way? Wanna learn more? Better pay for my course. It's in our name. Just spitting out the plain. Monkey branching chats. Let out the fucking Fridays. Some microplastics from the Metabox bin. I just take your money and I leave you with job itch. I can't help my femoid sneakiness. I can't help my ingrained pickiness. To the nuclear family I owe to. My tits are easy. I believe in it. Told not to. Get my tits so easy, I believe in it, told not to. I value females so incredibly rare. We're promiscuous and handsome, you can't compare. Pouring out, straight out, elites and grab them. You better get ready, it's the Roastie Girls anthem. Each word you say makes us clear. Sample no less than a gem. I need some alpha fox to lead me astray. Stop until I smell like a fish fillet. We're the titans of hypergamy. We'll reject your advances remorselessly. Straight from your nightmares that we might have herpes. That vagina or a sandwich from Arby's. I value females so incredibly rare. We're promiscuous and handsome, you just can't compare. Pouring out, straight out, elites and grab them. You better get ready, it's the Roastie Girls anthem. You better get ready, it's the Roastie Girls anthem.
That is more than enough of that. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize profusely for that. But it's necessary. It was a necessary evil. You know, it's shit like that is why I listen to Slayer. Stuff like that. Slipknot, Lamb of God. Why I listen to Lamb of God. Yes. Okay. Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did not mean to subject you to such professional musicians, because clearly she's a successful musician and I'm a failed musician today. So we're going to talk about failed musicians, and you guys wanted the rational metal. I'm sorry if my voice is a little bit raspy. I have been doing a couple of things. I actually finished up doing the backing tracks for my failed band for the third EP, because, you know, last year we only got what was it, number 6 on the top 10 EPs of the year last time. Of course, it was Rock Rage Radio. I made that announcement. When was it? I think it was August. I was hoping to get number 1, but you know what? We'll just have to try a little bit harder. You know, we are failed musicians, you know, third EPs in. Oh yeah. And how did you guys like the intro music? My intro music. Was that good? It seems to me like I constantly get questions about like, hey, when is that going to come out? We're going to release that as a single, by the way. I guess today is, as good a day as any. Yeah, right. I'm kind of glad I see the fellas in the house right now. Yes, this was. See, guys, you guys wonder why I invest my time and my money into projects and into guys like Kevin Savo and Rocky Savo and doing NFTs. Oh, NFTs. And I was going to say is Red Pill Lines is doing very, very well. Anyways, I had to start with that. I got another one here that I thought was funny, but before I get to that here, I want to point out, does anybody remember this broad right here?
Worked an MLM business, yet I ran my mouth like an expert. Eat my words. I've never sold meth.
Hi, I know you're lesbian. My lesbian.
You want to go to college and you have a job, but Beachbody.
Roger made a face similar to this.
All right, keep that in mind. That face right there. You all know who that is, don't you? Come on, I did 2 videos of Emma Thorne last year. Another Brit who looks like a 12-year-old boy. That's a boy. Yes, Odin. No, it's not a boy. Here, let's
he punched the man so hard that his fat fell off, and the man was.
His advice to women, female.
All these chicks. You never notice this, and you guys got to understand that this stream is going to be a very, very casual. Yes, it's Emma Thorne. I did 2 videos with her, in case you didn't know. Yes. Well, not with her, but I did 2 videos of her. I did a breakdown video, not unlike the one that I'm going to do today. And I don't know what it is about British feminist Wokesies such as Emma Thorne, who seem to have a hard-on for me, or whatever the functional equivalent is. What did you say, Chris? Hey, Rollo, I've noticed women who light up my social media abortion are all unattractive. There's a red pill. Is there a red pill take on why? Yes, and I talked about it last week. Last week was the abortion show, and then before that was my Matt Walsh show. Which, by the way, I have to give you today's preface will include Matt Walsh. Anyway, what is it? Why do girls want me? Why do you keep coming after me? Like this.
Got my man in trends. Now he's trying to say this is the future of finance. I tried to say your money set with HSBC. It's the 3rd time you've forgotten your private key.
That's a professional musician. Just I want you guys all to know. And clearly she's got the chops there. She's like the kind of girl who plays the Hello Kitty Stratocaster, the pink Hello Kitty Stratocaster. She's the kind of chick that likes baby metal. I'm not saying something. I know they have a cult following. I probably just doomed myself because I hated on baby metal, but there you go. Logo and trademark good, sir. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. I'm sorry. Thanks for the reminder, Samishi. But today is going to be very data heavy and very overlay heavy. So we might as well do this from the very beginning here. You're right. You are correct, sir. I'm sorry. I will. I see the error of my ways and I will correct them. There you go. All right, my friends. Yes. Here. More. Musician. Okay, that's enough of that. I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. She kind of looks like a 7. Okay, I'm going to start here. I rarely do these things. Okay, I rarely do this, but I'm going to start here because, and you'll see why I do this here in the beginning. She kind of looks like a 1979, 78, 79, Studio 54 era blondie, like Deborah Harry. And I mean, strung out on smack, pre-rehab, a blondie. And where this is coming from, I don't know. But I'll show you some more of this stuff here too. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. But you'll see what I'm talking about here in just a moment. However, Emma Thorne, one more time,
is to just not do anything because there isn't a man around to give permission. Was I supposed to phone my granddad every time I wanted to go see a friend or something? He would have hated that. He's not very social.
Grab your apron and mixing bowl.
That's enough of that. In fact, I'm removing her entirely from the stream now. I just wanted to give you the reminder of Emma Thorne, okay? Because this, and I don't even know how to pronounce this. I'm sorry. It's got the umlauts over the U, so I'm presuming it's münecat. MU with the umlaut, the Motley Crue umlauts over at MUNECAT. Ooh, wow, spooky. It's kind of like strippers spelling their name like it would normally be like a Y with an I, like Cindy, CINDI. Yeah, baby. Destiny with an I. Candy with an I. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm münecat. Yeah, no, she's münecat. Okay. I have no idea. Why is it like this is the American Rollo Tomasi, and we must fight the Brits today. So that's what today is all about. We're going to have a good old American podcast today to go up against these Brits who want to take away our freedoms. You'll see what I mean here in a minute. This is going to be a long one. I'm sorry. I'm prefacing. I am no way going to pretend that this is not going to be at least 3 hours today. So, my good girl, my baby mama, my sister wife, my magician's assistant, Torsha went after her. I don't know, a couple days ago, I think, in a live cast. Anyways, our good friend Münecat here has decided that, in fact, let me remove that out of there, has decided that she wants to debunk the manosphere. So we're going to get into debunking the manosphere today. I'm going to help her debunk the manosphere too, just so you know. I'm on board with you, baby. I think we should be disbanding and debunking the manosphere. So we will get to that today. But I'm wondering what the hell, why, what is it? Do I attract this element? Like maybe I had to go like, Pearl? Pearl's over in the UK too, right? Now, Pearl is an American in the UK because she doesn't, as far as I know, she doesn't have like much of an accent anyway. So I can't count her amongst those numbers. But there was a time when Emma Thorne, and I would not be surprised to find out that Emma Thorne is in some way related to münecat, who, by the way, I did my OPSEC on just so we are all on the same page here. I've got her Instagram up. I've got her Playboard stats up. You know what? I even have Emma Thorne. Our good friend Emma has not done much in a year, I have to say. I'm not really sure what happened. Her channel has kind of fallen off the map, and her Instagram, she's still at about 4,500 followers. I'm sorry. Maybe things didn't work out for you, but we got a bigger and better, but she's been eclipsed by münecat with the umlaut cats. So let's see. Oh, geez. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm looking at. If you got super chats, go throw them out there. I might halfway through only limit it to like 10s or 20s, only just because this is going to get long today, and I don't want to get too. Too sidetracked here. I'm going to try to do my best to stay on target as much as I possibly can today. Again, today is going to be very data heavy, just so you guys know. I'm going to, sort of debunk this video that she's got going on here. And it will be an exercise in understanding some red pill perspectives, along with the misinterpretations and misunderstandings. Now, this time last year, about June of 2021, I did a full show with Myron about why we come to the conclusions that we do in the quote unquote manosphere, or the male self-improvement sphere, or the whatever the hell you want to call it sphere, the dude sphere, the dudosphere, the hot man army, hot dude army sphere, or whatever it is that you want to call it. I got no clue. The red pill, why we kind of come around to thinking the way that we do, or why we come to the conclusions we do, or connect the dots that we do. I try to avoid using the term ideology, and when it's, my God, my first baby metal hate. I think your assessment of baby metal is wrong. I'm a red pill, but I think of them who embrace their femininity. And okay, well, from a red pill perspective, I'm happy for you. They're back a bit. Yeah, they are. I'll give them that. They are a product. They are very contrived and very much a product. And it's not that I don't like baby metal. It's just like as musicians, okay, they're very well produced. I love their t-shirts. I love their artists. I love the people who do their branding, and I love their musicians. They have very professional musicians, but it's just, Sorry, it just seems very, very contrived. That's why. What kind of tests are there in which she asks whether she is prettier than the other girls, or what would you do if you had a stalker? I got fat. Okay, those are active. Excuse me, those are active. Well, some of those are passive shit tests. Okay. You can go look up those, the shit tests section in my new book, which is where'd it go? Rational Male Preventive Medicine. Or not preventive. It should be preventive medicine, actually. The Player's Handbook, a red pill guide to game. This is what you need. Okay. There's a full chapter dedicated to exactly those questions. Go pick it up. It will save me and you a whole lot of time. And by the way, just before we get started, because I know I'm going to get this question. Yes, the Audible book is with Audible. I did win. I won. Okay. I got it done on the 29th. It is with Audible right now. Whether they got it approved or not before then is not on me, but it will be out within the first week of July. So that's it's with them right now for approval. And this is the United States, and we celebrate independence and freedom on this weekend. And tomorrow's July 4th. So ain't nobody working. We're all busy celebrating, shooting things and firing off rockets. So there you go. But it will be out within the first week of July soon. Clearly, I would like to have it out. It's the Audible book. It will be available first week and on Audible. I'm not sure what the price is going to be, but it will be available for all you people who don't read anymore, which is probably 90% of you. So that is the story. Don't ask me again. If somebody says, hey, when's the book coming out? I want everybody in the chat to pile on that dude and say, go back to the beginning of the video, because that's where he said it was there. Because I know somebody along the way is going to ask that same question. Maybe I'll do it at the top of the hour again, just to remind everybody, right? What about the hardback version? What about them hardback version? Well, funny you should say that, because right in another window right now, I've got the edits for the first edition of the book, and I am rapidly getting close to republishing that as a hardback right now, but I can't give it to you in minute type, because that'll be the first thing anybody gives me grief about. Right? Oh, I can't read it. I need where's my magnifying glass? I have those glasses that you need. Like when I go fly fishing, like they give you have these like 3-time mags or something like that. So you can do that. It's like, that's what you need to read the first book. I apologize. I'm sorry. Do I like Nietzsche? Yes and no. I don't like the fact that he was basically the first black pill incel doomer, and died from syphilis. Go look it up. Let's see. Baby metal, man. Now today's the baby metal show. Why is it? Riddle me this, Batman. Why is it that like chicks like this, they always have in the background, they've always got like, what is it that, what the hell is the name of those toys? They've got, well, I mean, it's all these collectibles and stuff like that, but it's what's that one? Somebody give it to me. It's the bobblehead ones, the big head ones. What the hell's the name of those toys? Somebody tell me what those damn toys are. Funko Pops. That's what those are. Okay. Why? Or something similar. Pikachu. What do you like? It's like, you know what's funny is if you had Sesame Street characters in the back, you'd be like, but apparently it's okay to have Sailor Moon and Asuka and like Pikachu and Funko Pops, and that makes you hip, I guess. It sounds like bombs going off in my neighborhood every few nights. My neighborhood is in California. It's always Independence Day here. What? South Central? Linwood? Ask me how I know sometime. What? Today's show, not sponsored by, but certainly fueled by Devil Mountain Coffee. It's an American brand made here. No, it's probably not made here, but developed here, branded here anyways, in the good old USA in Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, yes, you're right. Emo girl aesthetic. God. Okay, here you go. All right. I got to preface this just really quickly here. I try not to. You know what I'm going to say. I'm not attacking the person. I'm attacking the arguments. You will understand by about halfway, maybe a third of the way through this video today, why I don't do debates. Why I don't do debates with disingenuous people anyways. But this is pretty good, actually. There's some points in here that I think that do need addressing. And when I do stuff like this, people love this shit because it's like, it's red meat. Duh. Yeah, of course. He's gonna go and eviscerate this Rostie. I mean, hell, her band's name is something like Münecat and the Rosties. Josie and the Pussycats. I don't know. Was it Münecat and the Roastie Cats? You guys don't even know what Josie and the Pussycats are, do you? You have missed. Oh, if Aaron Clary is watching, he knows damn well who Josie and the Pussycats are. He also knows Petticoat Junction too. Don't lie. I know you know. Oh, well. Oh, man. Already getting us off to a good start today. Thank you, Patowski. You get one of these just for that one.
Goddamn right.
Okay. Today is going to be important. I'm glad you brought up the logical fallacy of, what would you say, ad homs? Right. These are logical fallacies. And before we get into debate, here's the funny thing I think is interesting is when people throw shit at me about like, oh, I want Rollo Tomasi to debate me. Before you ask me that, before you come at me, I want you to go over this chart here. I've got these in, here's the ad hom one. Let's throw that one out there. I got try to get a little bit closer to these in the overlays here today. Okay, what's an ad hominem? Attacking your opponent's character or personal traits in an attempt to undermine their argument. That's what that is. And the problem, I think, that when people ask me, like, I want to debate you, but most people don't have an idea, any clue what a debate is. They've never had formal debate. They've never had any kind of they never had logic classes, with Venn diagrams and all that good stuff. I have, but I was never on debate team. I was not my cup of tea back then. I joined the chess club before I would join debate club, but I do know a good argument from a bad argument, and these are the logical fallacies. This is the whole chart. I've got a few of them on tap here because we're going to sort of go through these, because most people, when they ask you for debates, they have no clue what they're talking about, and they don't even know what a debate is. And really, I kind of blame politics for that. Because whenever you look at Donald Trump and Joe Biden go at it, or even like Hillary Clinton, or was it Pence versus Kamala Harris? I mean, that whole clusterfuck was just, it's just a back and forth. And all it is really just sort of raising your voice and trying to call shots. And basically it's all ad homs, right? Ad hominems. There is no debate. And that's what gets me is a lot of times when people throw this at me, you're very bad debaters, people. You're very bad at logic. You're very bad at sort of sticking to the point. And then to offer a resolution, you fall back. You use like logical fallacies to try to refute a point. And then to make your point, you use more logical fallacies to make that point. You're very bad at it. You're bad. You're poor marksman. I'm using that one today. All right. So I wanted to point that out here because we're going to be looking at a few logical fallacies as we move through today's as I riff on this a little bit more. Let me put that back up. Nope, this one. There we go. And I have some other announcements. I am going to save announcements too, for sake of clarity. I'm going to save announcements until probably the top of the hour, or maybe, hour 15. We'll see how it goes. But I got to start with this. Now, this is münecat. She's just come up. Her channel's only been around for like 2 years, and she only recently picked up a few thousand, 100,000, 200,000 subs. Now, before I get into today's topic, you got to remember that when you are building a brand, especially an online brand, when it comes to for myself here, what am I at now? 176, I think. And then, oh, by the way, thank you, Tom. My Clips channel is just pushing 100,000, which I think is great. But as anybody who's in the know will tell you, where can we get that chart? You could just simply go look up logical fallacies in Google. It's your friend, really. You will find it you'll get a return for that chart. Just put logical fallacies in Google, and you'll get a return for it in 0.078 seconds. Really. But thank you for that super chat. Thank you for your $5 super chat to tell you what you already know. What is this? münecat and the cat ladies. Thank you very much. All right. Let's try to keep it professional today, people. What do you think the biggest barrier is for individuals who are newest to the red pill? Well, thank you for asking. You know what the biggest barrier is? It's dumb cunts like this.
And welcome to the Hard Men Good Times broadcast. My name is Butch Dieselstick, and today we're going to be talking about self-improvement for young men. Have you been feeling kind of down recently?
Yeah.
Well, that must mean you're not a man. When's the last time you consumed 4 raw eggs? Have you ever invested in crypto? Or are you not brave enough? When's the last time you flipped a tire over? When's the last time you ate yourself into a week-long meat coma?
I don't know.
Well, what do you think can be done about it?
fund social programs to help young adults find hobbies and socialize with each other, and more support for young men suffering with mental health issues.
It's the feminists. It's the cultural Marxists. Now the femoids have got their own little jobs, gluing acrylic nails to horses or something. They only want to date the wealthy Chad. There are microplastics in your sperm. You're never gonna touch a woman. Your skull is the wrong shape, and your balls are not tanned like Tucker Carlson's. You will forever be maidenless. Just drink the soy milk, Jeremy. Just grow your soy boobs and accept your bitches. No bitches. No bitches. No bitches.
Is the
Hard
total
times.
collapse in
Strong
testosterone
men.
levels
Strong men.
Man, how are we gonna do without men?
Hello, woman here. Guys, gals, and NBs, I've got some news. Someone found the rotten corpse of Gamergate, ripped it out of its shallow grave, and is letting the maggots slowly crawl out of it for hours upon hours, propped up in front of a Shure SM7B mic. Straight men are having a crisis. If you'd like to
I love how that looks like John MLD's like screensaver.
have a laugh and an aneurysm at the same time, I suggest you check out the Incel Wiki to read up on some theory. There, you can enjoy reading up on peer-reviewed concepts such as female sneakiness. They've even provided us with a picture of Eve with bare boobs, eating the apple, even if told not to. And you can click on the word boobs there if you're not sure what those are. They even provide helpful citations such as the music video for No Scrubs by TLC to demonstrate hypergamy. Even though their ideology is much the same as incels, the front-facing influencers of the manosphere won't call themselves incels because the incels are their customers. These
Oh yeah, let's not forget we're all incels here. It doesn't matter what branch of the manosphere you're from. Everybody's the same. Just saying, we have to make everything as extreme and as binary as possible. Oh, and she needs gas. Yes. Oh, you okay? Thank you. Okay. You know what? For the first 20 more, for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to allow you. I'll allow that. I'll allow those. Okay. After 20 minutes, no more. Okay, we're gonna get down to business here, but we have to sift our way through this nonsense. Okay, just so you know.
alpha males, in fact, used to be just like you, but now they are the ones who have made it to the sex haver citadel, the top 1% of
And by the way, Anthony Johnson has not taken off that MAGA hat since 2017.
males who have hacked the female brain and fitness.
This right here is Owen Cook from RSD. I want you to make a note of what he looks like right here. Okay, keep it focus on his face and burn that into your retina, and then let's continue.
Game, and they're there to teach you, young Chadawan, how you can get there too. You don't need to be 6'7", have a jawline that could cut glass, or inject cooking oil into your biceps. You just have to take the red pill. The current zeitgeist of the red pill are Tweedle P and Tweedle Cum of the Fresh and Fit podcast with Fresh.
Oh, young lady, let's talk about intersectional racism. Do you want to talk about that first? Maybe not.
Fresh and his little CEO bling chain that looks like it came from an incel subsidiary of Claire's Accessories, and Myron Gaines,
worth $60,000 on his ring. Just let's throw that out there.
a guy who literally named himself Admiring Gains. Hold in your puke. We've only just started. The Fresh and Fit podcast serves as a marketing vehicle for Rollo Tomasi and his successful book and blog, The Rational Male, which spells out red pill theory with a supposed scientific backing. He's supposed to be a modern dating expert, but he's been married for 25 years to a woman who I assume is extremely adept at compartmentalizing, as I couldn't imagine having a husband who's drawn a sexual market value graph.
Yeah, I think, you know, what's funny is here we go again with, oh, he's married. He can't be red pill. He's married. He can't be married. He's red pill. There's your perfect example.
Especially one that starts at age 15.
All right, let's start right there. Why on earth did Rollo start at age 15? He must have. What does that mean? What could he have started at 15 for? Well, let's see. Funny thing is, I happen to have that right here. Look, oh, there it is. Oh, it's always handy. Why did Rollo start at 15? Well, because I've had, 15-year-old boys ask me about 15-year-old girls in high school about why it is that they can't get laid, why it is that they can't get a girlfriend, why it is that they go for the jocks, why it is blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is when guys start to take notice of girls. In fact, probably earlier than that, but I wouldn't want to go that far back. And it's funny to me that I go back in the interests of trying to help guys in high school when it comes to intersexual dynamics and the red pill, whatever it is. It's funny how like I get thrown at me, but yet I would probably guarantee she has no problem with the idea that a 4-year-old child doesn't know, or does know, I should say, that it was born the wrong sex, right? She probably has no problem with a drag queen story hour at the library. Although maybe they don't have that in the UK. I'm not really sure. Maybe they do. Did they have that in the UK? Got to ask Troy Francis about that sometime. Why did Rollo start it there? Well, you'll also notice that I ended at about 70 there because that's about the average lifespan, you know, when we start having significant life events. So don't throw that one at me. It's been thrown at me a million times. This is nothing new. And I'll tell you what's interesting is like, again, I've had this conversation with Emma Thorne last year. And now here we are again.
Rollo calls himself the godfather of the red pill.
And by the way, yes, I look like hell in this shot here. I was in Las Vegas. I was doing, Andrew Hale's show. And this was just prior. I think this was 2020. This is just prior to COVID, or it was like right out. I can't remember what month this was. But when everybody wants to like throw rocks at me for like, you know, oh, he's the crypt keeper. Whenever they want to throw, let's see, what are those? Let's see, where do we go? Oh, there we go. Ad homs. Whenever you want to throw that out, just go back and look for the Andrew Hale. What they don't do is they don't talk about the content of that video. They just go, oh, Rollo looks like hell. And
but I think he looks more like the incel crypt keeper. The one who's...
Come on.
Riddles 3 you must pass to enter the sweaty basement of the manosphere.
I should do that sometime. Maybe I'll do that for the Halloween show. Should I dress up as a crypt keeper for Halloween? Maybe I should do that. Which is funny because I'll tell you what, I mean, I just recently did this photo shoot. Funny, I kind of don't look that way anymore, do I? Might have been on a bad day. You know, it's funny. It's like when you get haters, that's the one thing about the internet. As I said before, the internet never forgets, but people have very short attention spans. But when people want to give you grief, they will go and find whatever they can find. Well, let's go and have another look at a few. Well, you know what? Let's keep going just a little bit further here because the ad homs just keep piling on.
Unfortunately, there's not enough BuzzFeed videos going around these days of extremely cringe radfems for angry meninists to rack up millions of views by providing their extremely insightful commentary on them.
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex?
They're not. They're perceived as the vulnerable sex. Clarify, please.
Probably because statistically speaking,
see, if you understand what humor is and how it works, which I'm guessing you don't because you're feminist,
women
then you know that the things that
are
not as funny as men have the roots in very dark and
physically strong.
Actually
broke this
down.
If you guys are still
then yeah,
humor.
They don't maybe I shouldn't go into humor is like that's why we separate because humor makes us laugh. It makes us happy.
BuzzFeed, you owe feminism reparations. But now certain YouTube channels have learnt that you can spike unsuspecting young men who are simply looking for self-improvement advice with a cheeky red pill via the algorithm.
All right, now here we get to the very first serious point of today's show. Okay, now remember when I told you at the beginning we needed to remember Matt Walsh. Okay, if you guys give me grief about Matt Walsh and coming at Matt Walsh and hitting and punching right, if you guys are all about what I have to say, as long as it fits into your ideological framework, then you got no business being here. Because if I punch left, if I punch at her and people go, yeah, get her. Like, if that's you, you need to check yourself. If you're the same guy who's going, oh, he went after Matt Walsh and I think he's actually doing a good job for us, blah, blah, blah. No, he's not, for the same reason that she's not either. Okay. I'm going to use a Kiyosaki-ism, by the way. And if you saw the interview of, let's see, Robert Kiyosaki, Ken McElroy, and George Gammon on Fresh and Fit, and I was on there, of course, with Sterling Cooper and Justin Waller. During that show, Kiyosaki brought up this one point, and it's what I call a Kiyosaki-ism. He says there's three sides to every coin. Okay, there's the heads, there's tails, and then there's the edge. That's me. I'm the edge, not like you two. Not that guy. I'm the edge. All right. I will punch right and I will punch left if I see something happening on either side. I have an obligation to objective realism, objective truth. Okay. That's I'm paraphrasing that quote from Gad Saad. Oh my God, an evolutionary psychologist. We'll get to that later too. But before we get into this a little bit more, I also need to point out what her point is here. And she's right about this. Okay. Right now, you're going to see people like, organizations, media aggregates like Daily Wire, who want to dip their toe in the red pill. Candace Owens, Matt Walsh for sure, probably Hafiz. I would not be surprised to see Hafiz get contracted or get picked up by Daily Wire. Would not be surprised whatsoever. Jordan Peterson, who will feature in this little bit when we're riffing on this today, also just recently got picked up by Daily Wire. What does that tell you? It tells you that there are conservative media aggregates that are essentially like the new like television companies, commercial television companies like CBS, well, here in the United States, ABC, NBC, CBS, that kind of stuff, from back in the 40s or 50s, I think, when they were starting to form those. And they were just, they were the broadcast networks, and there were content creators, which were shows and I Love Lucy and Father Knows Best and Happy Days and whatever else, sitcoms were a big thing, right? But those shows are basically the podcasts of today. So what's happening right now is you're seeing that these big conglomerates, by the way, Valuetainment being one, picking up content creators or snapping up content creators. And Dave Rubin just moved to Miami, Florida, and the Blaze swooped in and picked him up. You will see, of course, Jordan Peterson. Now Jordan Peterson is a sort of waning star right now. And to preserve his legacy or to preserve his, maybe make him a little bit more legitimate than he has been in the last 2 years, he's now with Daily Wire. Okay. Hey, more power to you. I'm glad for it. I hope they're paying you a good chunk of change. I hope Ben Shapiro is paying you a good chunk of change. I really do. But I'm going to hit right and I'm going to hit left. And today we're going to hit left. Today we're going to go after feminists. Today we're going to go after the little ladies. Okay. Last Wednesday, as a matter of fact, just 4 days ago, I went after Matt Walsh. So if you are cheering me on and it's a pep rally for me crushing this woman today, remember what you said about me in the commentary when I was going after Matt Walsh. Just keep that in mind today. Okay. That's all I ask. What do you got here? When women don't get enough drama from TV, we have women like her. Appreciate your logic. Break down everything you'd talked about in the past. Comes to mind watching her. Hate always being right. Yes, thank you very much.
Such as this one, which uploads videos titled things like The Ultimate Guide for Young Men, How to Get Your Life Together, or 9 Strange Ways to Boost Your Confidence, and soon enough you'll have fallen into titles like Toxic Masculinity is a Myth, and Why 95% of Men Are Single and Lonely, and The Danger of Celibacy.
So those are some spicy titles. Let's go and have a look at some of Mooncat's titles here. So Many Lies. I debunked the entire manosphere. Let's see. Web 3.0, a libertarian dystopia. Climate change, capitalism's final boss. Gary V, the youth pastor of capitalism. Okay, that was pretty good. Why the UK's Fox News didn't work. And of course, she uses the same image or the same photo that I used for today's. What was it? That I used for today's. This one. Where is it? She used this photo. Anytime you got a girl, anytime you have this kind of expression, by the way, works really well with the algorithm in YouTube. I'm gonna give away the farm because I got no reason not to. Anyways, so because the reason why I got to point this out is because Michaela Peterson threw the same shit at me as well. Well, I would never throw out get the fuck out of here. I would never throw out titles that were clickbait. I would never You're still doing it. You're still today. When did I have that? Oh, December. That's when I did the interview with Michaela, and we're still.
You're goddamn right. Say my name.
There you go.
Or how women manipulate you. This channel in particular has become extremely popular, even though it's just stock footage with a computer-generated voiceover, reading a script that sounds like it was written by an AI whose only data input source is the diary of a 15-year-old boy who got rejected by the popular girl in class one time and has constructed his entire personality around it.
1. If you're unattractive, then don't ever try to flirt or even approach us. Whatever you'll do will automatically be considered creepy to us. Each word you say makes us puke. Poor people mostly lack self-confidence, and also, many poor guys are desperate to get girls. Being rich makes you valuable. Women love it when they get attention from someone who is valuable in society. It's every girl's fantasy. Remember 50 Shades of Grey.
Yes, their favourite media to reference when applying generic armchair psychology to all women is the movie 50 Shades of Grey, of course, because that book was written by all women. It was actually me who wrote the line, "I feel the colour in my cheeks rising again. I must be the colour of the communist."
Actually, you did. We're going to talk about that. Let's jump right into that, because if you have read my fourth book, which is Religion, and I got to call that up here really quickly. Here we go. Where did I put that? I believe it was in Marriage, didn't I? Let's see if we can find this. I have the stats for this, by the way. Oh, it's not in there. How about? Oh, wait a minute. Can I do now? No, it's not in there. I'm looking at trying to find the chapter. Give me 1 second, please. I apologize. One moment, please. One moment. There we are. Here we go. Now, yes, my good friend Münecat, you are all women, and you are, and you are actually the authoress of 50 Shades of Grey. Let's talk about that. Here we go. 50 Shades of Grey. When it launched, let's see. It was, where'd it go? There we are. I'm looking at, because I have the stats for this. Let's see. 50 Shades of Grey. Let's go to the next one. Hold on. There we go. Popularity of 50 Shades of Grey. When it first came out, what was it? 65 million copies sold within the first month. And you have to remember, where did it go? Hold on 1 second. I promise you, I will come back to this. 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Trying to find the stats. Anyways, I'm gonna rather than slow down the show here, I'll dig it up as we move along. I did want to point out though, 50 Shades of Grey. The popularity of 50 Shades of Grey was written, I want to say it was in 2012 or 2013 is when it first came out. Okay, it was self-published. That's number one. Okay. This is what happens when women try, especially like, snarky bitches like this, try to sweep 50 Shades of Grey under the carpet, because what they don't want to address is the popularity of 50 Shades of Grey. Okay. Remember this, 50 Shades of Grey was a self-published book. It was not written by Random House, or it wasn't like Harlequin Romances or Penguin or anything like that. This was produced by one woman. It was not advertised. It was the new hotness, and it was so hot that women in evangelical Christian circles were saying, "Oh, 50 Shades of Grey. Have you heard about it?" to the point where there's pastors and churches talking about 50 Shades of Grey and how it's a failure on the part of men not to live up to their wives' expectations. Otherwise, 50 Shades of Grey wouldn't be a temptation for them, right? That's number one. You also have to look at the outrageous popularity of 50 Shades of Grey. I'll come back to this here in a second as I find it. However, I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going to go from memory here. In the first, it was published in March, I want to say, of 2012 or 2013, and then 2014 is when the movie came out. I'm pretty sure. It is the number one best-selling book. I mean, it outsold the Bible, Lord of the Rings, you name it. It's outsold every competitor, and it was word of mouth. There was no advertising. There was no magazines. There was no literary. In fact, the funniest thing is that the critics panned it. They hated it. But you know who loved it? The little ladies loved it. And that's why. That's why it is you. It's female nature. Whether you want to say, oh, was it me? Would never have done such a thing. No, you would have. And in fact, if you didn't, probably 10 of your girlfriends did. Okay. Back then, I realized that back then you were probably watching SpongeBob and Patrick on Bikini Bottom at that time, or maybe, I don't know, iCarly. But the thing is when 50 Shades of Grey came out, it was wildly popular. And when the movie came out, it was kind of a dud of a movie. But even when it came out, the trailer was the number one trailer for that year and the following year after that. So there is something to 50 Shades of Grey. Don't try to discredit it. Don't try to sweep it under the carpet. Own it at least. Please at least own 50 Shades of Grey.
Manifesto. Nothing turns me on more than Marx. I'll take the knee for you, Carl. We also all wrote B-movie.
Did you know that all women want is a man with a furry little butt? She wants a little tiny furry man with wings that she can trap under a glass whenever she wants, and also, you're never going to fulfill those unattainable body standards because you're a big loser non-bee human without a bee sting and each word you say makes her puke. And also, this is every girl's fantasy. Remember B-movie.
But hang on 1 minute. How will you ever be able to learn what a woman really wants by watching B-movie if it's not available on US Netflix? Well, my friends, do I have something that could help you with that? That's right, this video is sponsored by Surfshark. Surfshark will allow you to switch to over 3,200 different servers.
That's enough of that. All right. Yeah, it's funny. What I think is interesting is like she's got paid content throughout this whole damn video, and yet we're the shysters, right? We're the grift. You will never, in all of my go all the way back to the Pat Campbell days, you will not find a commercial like this in any of my videos. I select away from doing stuff like that. The only people I endorse has been these guys, and they don't give me anything. I don't even get free coffee from these dudes. So just let's just keep that in mind here. I got to scrub through this because this is just absolute nonsense.
And he finally makes conversation. I'm more willing to talk to that.
Back up. Oh, here we go. Oh, I got there. Okay, let's go.
I just want to meet you real quick.
If a guy shows no interest, and I've seen him work out, like, you know, you kind of know regulars, but you don't know them, like, but you see him work out, like, oh yeah, I know this guy because he shows up at the same time I show up. And then he finally makes conversation, I'm more willing to talk to that guy versus as like someone who's like staring at me and then tries to talk to me. I'd be like, okay. Leave me alone.
Myron, you had editorial control here. You could have cut that bit out, you know, the bit where she completely destroyed all of the advice you gave.
Well, he could have, or it could also be that you simply just, you're doing the one you're doing the cutting here and not playing the stuff that came after that, or even the stuff that came before that pretty much destroyed everything else. I love it when people go back and they look at my old videos, or they look at old videos from Myron and Fresh from back in the day, and they think that's what these guys are about today. Okay. That video that she's just pulling from, that was like, I think that was even before Fresh and Fit. I want to say that's like 2019 or 2020.
But don't forget to sign up for his free dating and fitness advice ebook.
Make sure to get my free ebook. I'm going to share content with you guys that I otherwise.
Okay, this is ancient material. So we're going to go dip deep as far back as we possibly can to convince everyone that this is the contemporary modern day Myron Gaines.
Otherwise, probably wouldn't be able to share on YouTube or Instagram because it's not safe.
Well, I've been on.
It's not safe. because they were banned from TikTok for putting it out there. That's why it's not safe. Just saying.
Myron's email list for a couple of months now, and I am yet to receive these hot tips and tricks that wouldn't be allowed on YouTube. He says that they wouldn't be allowed on YouTube, but he links to videos that are hosted on YouTube. Myron hits all of the usual scammy sales funnel tactics. Sob story about getting bullied in school.
Okay. They don't need to do this anymore. They might have, like when they were getting started, they were doing what everybody else was doing at that time. But you know what? They don't do that now. Clearly, you have no earthly idea what you're talking about. This is what I call, there's a difference. I brought this up. In fact, maybe I should just hit on this right now, because what you're about to see is not stupidity. It's ignorance. And there's a difference between ignorance and stupidity. I know that's really about, what do you mean? Like if I say someone is ignorant, it's usually because they just simply, they're ignoring something. They're ignoring the fact. That's where the stem of the word ignorance comes from. You're ignoring something. Stupidity is just like you don't have the mental facilities to really process it or to even be aware of it or have a concept in your head as to whatever, you're supposed to sort out or whatever. Stupidity is just sort of like genetic, and it's kind of like, well, he's just kind of not the sharpest tool in the box, right? Ignorance is like stupidity. You can forgive stupidity. Well, he doesn't have the proper tools. He doesn't have the proper thing. He doesn't have, he's just kind of stupid. He's kind of dumb, lovable, but he's stupid. Okay. You can forgive stupidity. I cannot forgive ignorance because you have such a wealth of knowledge and you know damn well what you're doing, especially willful ignorance, because ignorance is not stupidity. Ignorance is about lethargy. It's about being lazy. It's about wanting to turn a narrative to your whatever your ideological or your whatever tastes good to you, let's just say. Because what will happen here throughout this video is essentially ignorance. And she's not stupid. She's actually seems like a pretty smart girl to stitch all this together. And by the way, this is multiple videos stitched together. And you'll see the jump cuts, and I don't know who's doing her editing or whatever else for her right here. But it's like disingenuous in the extreme, particularly when you go all the way back to what people were doing way back in the day. Now, is that what they're doing today? Is that what they're really about? I don't know. But I do know enough to say that the old school stuff from Myron and Fresh, in fact, I don't even think Fresh, wasn't Fresh doing like prank videos? Why not just go pick up the prank videos from Fresh from before he was on Fresh and Fit and say, this is what they're doing now? Why don't you just throw that out there? You know why? Because it's disingenuous in the extreme, so much so that your newly formed audience wouldn't know the difference anyways.
Fake secondhand testimonials from Scott and Giuseppe, a story where Myron himself saved up for ages on a minimum wage job so he could pay.
Well, that's a good one. Thank you. One man's chorus. She thinks that the way to counter ideas is to mocking them. No, that's called snark. And snark is used to overcome or to sort of like gloss over sections that she knows she's willfully ignorant of. She doesn't want to tell you. She doesn't want to give any other side. This is why I don't debate people, okay? This is why I don't bother with debates. Oh, how come you didn't debate Alex from Playing with Fire? I did. I did it in my own video, and I went point by point. You know why I did that? Because I know that if I got on a show with this guy, I wouldn't get a word in edgewise. Why? Because snark. Because raise your voice. It's like, I can't win an argument, so I'm going to raise my voice. I can't win an argument, so I'm going to get into mocking or snark or whatever it is. I can't be held accountable for my willful, deliberate ignorance and disingenuousness, so I'm going to gloss it over with snark. That's why.
$6,000 to his mentor and how much that changed his life. So you are softened up to the idea of paying him $250 for a 10-minute call, $500 for a...
Now, this is how I know that this is like really, really old. He doesn't charge $250 anymore. It's way more than that.
30-minute call or $897 for a 1-hour call. Myron says in his ebook that after unplugging from the matrix and realizing what women want for himself, they became attracted to him like bees to honey, bees to honey, bees to honey, bees to honey. He says bees to honey.
Snark.
4 times in this ebook. I'm starting to think he finds bees sexually attractive now. Also, this analogy doesn't even make any sense. Bees aren't sexually attracted to honey.
Okay, stop it. Stop it, Spurg. Stop it with your stupid literalism. It's not, it's not funny? Your stupid literalism and your reliance on it to cover up the fact that you simply are disingenuous in your arguments here. Very, very, very obvious to anybody who knows like these guys or has been in this for a while.
Bees make honey. Unless you mean that your workout regimen caused a swarm of women to consume various plant secretions, which they then regurgitated.
Oh, for fuck's sake, get on with it, you dumb bitch. Jesus
and using the
Christ.
resulting viscous substance sculpted you into existence and stored you to consume.
This is what I expect from an incel, from a guy who's kind of on the spectrum. This is the kind of argumentation I expect.
Over the next several years as a non-perishable food source, because if so, that's pretty impressive. So what's this information then that Myron's been hiding from us that's too hot for YouTube? In an email called Fitness Industry Lied to You, Truth Revealed, we get to the
I gotta get a reverb and an echoplex or something like that. I really have. So you will take me more seriously?
The truth about losing weight. I bet you're all dying to know. I filmed an entire YouTube video for you on this exact thing. Check it out here. Breaking down the truth on fat loss. These truths are often seen as controversial, so this video could be taken down at any time. We'd better click on the link now.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward this a little bit because between minute 4 and minute 24, all she does is ad homs. All she's doing is attacking the character, attacking people, and building up straw men, building up caricatures of not only myself, but Myron Fresh. And this is not a defense of these guys, okay? Because, oh, you just have a financial interest. They're a sales vehicle for you, you failed musician. No, they're not. Once again, I will explain to you as well. I've never made $0 off of any of this. I do it because I love these guys, and we have been coordinating and just working with one another for a very long time. All right. It's not about money. We don't have any plans. We don't have any programs together. We're not doing affiliate marketing. I've never made any money off of them in affiliate marketing. So just throwing that out there. Let's see if we can scroll up a little bit through here.
What are these controversial?
Okay, so
bigger than you.
Kevin Samuels. Let's see, Giga Chad.
Both hate.
Oh, this is how you know.
An easy target. Once they hate women, they no longer treat the women in their lives as equals. And then when the women are not responsive to their supposedly scientifically proven game techniques or are unwilling to be subservient wives, they will hate them even more, blame feminism and a woke society, and possibly regress into inceldom and or other alt-right pipelines. This keeps them in the grips of the manosphere for as long as possible, paying for courses and watching the content.
Okay, so this is the standard nonsense when it comes to like churn marketing, which, by the way, if you've read my first book, or excuse me, not my first, my last book, the 5th book, I have the very first chapter in there is called Brand Management. I explain exactly what she says here. That the idea, you want to know who does churn marketing better than the manosphere? Tinder, Hinge, Bumble. Name the dating site, name the dating app, I should say, that is the most popular dating app, right? Instagram, for example, right? I mean, that's even more. Okay. So don't give me shit about like, oh, he sells books. That guy just sells books and I'm an author. Oh, he's a used car salesman. All that guy does is sell used cars. There must be something wrong with him. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Of course, she's doing the same thing here because not only does she have merchandise, not only does she have her band, what passes for her, not only does she have this. Don't forget, you can get that on Spotify.
Paradoxical.
I love this. This is how I know she's picking up old stuff. It's when it's my old background and I'm wearing the 49ers hat. I'm wearing a 49ers hat. And look where Cappy is. This is probably from probably earlier than 2020. Maybe latter half of 2019. I'm not really sure. But when I look at this, when I see stuff like this and people come at me and like people go, Rollo, are you going to respond to münecat? Are you going to respond to Emma Thorne? Are you going to respond to blah, 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 blah? Well, then I got to go, okay, what are they talking about? And I go and I look at these and all I have to really do is look at the backgrounds of the clips that they pull from me. And I'm like, nope, no, I'm not.
Mental state of both hating women and being obsessed with them, wanting to talk about them for hours on end.
That's another part. The unbearable triteness of hating. You guys aren't real alpha males because real alpha males would never talk about women. What? Real alpha males keep their mouths shut and do what they're told by women. Okay. But see, the whole thing comes down to this is if you want to be successful with women, you just have to, I don't know, have it come to you in a dream or something like that. It's God forbid somebody would talk to you about like how best to go about having sex and how best to go about like dealing with intersexual dynamics and men's nature and women's nature. The reason why women get really pissed off at what I talk about and what Kevin talked about and what anybody else is talking about right now in the sphere is that it relates unflattering information about women's nature. That's the problem. This entire video, which is an hour and a half longish, I think, is this entire effort in trying to sweep all that back under the carpet. Sorry, münecat, if you take me away, if you take Kevin, oh, God forbid, hallelujah, God rest his immortal soul, Kevin Samuels, you take him away, you take everybody else away, and you know what? You still have the fucking manosphere. You still have guys who are going, you know what? This just doesn't seem right. And you can keep trying to cover it up and you can keep trying to it's like putting your finger in the dam, to hold the water from blowing back. But you know what? There's just too many there's too many holes in the dam, right?
Day after day. And this is what made it so difficult for me to try and curate all of the main talking points of the manosphere.
What made it difficult is you kept going back to find the worst of the worst, or what you think is going to coincide with what you disagree with, and how you can again put a finger in the dam to hold the water from rushing out.
To a simple set of teachings. The space is full of like 90-minute podcasts during which they just gargle each other's Kool-Aid, regurgitating the same ideas.
Okay. Let me point out that this podcast of hers is a 90-minute podcast. Just saying.
Over and over again. And here I am, worried about the runtime of this video like a beta little cuck. Ooh, will anyone watch my video if it's 90 minutes long?
Maybe you should get a clips channel, which I'm sure you probably already have, but just saying.
It took me 3 months to make, but I don't know if anyone will be interested. Meanwhile, in the manosphere...
What's up? Welcome to the 9,725th episode of Roids Before Foids.
Okay, so this is more snark and more bullshit. All right, I'll scrub through. I'm done with this. There's no argumentation here. This is nothing but ad homs. It's straw manning and it's ad homs. Lord Panic. In the meantime, I'll answer your question. Good evening, Rollo. Good evening. I guess it is. Rollo, serious question, but why do people make these types of videos and avoid the truth? I will tell you why. Because what's happened here is it's called ego investment. Okay, and I'm not. Everyone has an ego investment, myself included. So I'm not saying that I'm exempt from any of this. Okay. I try to be as objective as I can, but I have ego investments. You do too. Everybody does. Okay. What ego investments are is they are beliefs or like values or, especially when I was here, let's compare that to Matt Walsh, right? Matt Walsh's ego investments are very traditional conservative, right? And anything that goes against that, he also resorts to snark, right? I mean, that whole video I did on Wednesday, he's instead of like sticking to the facts and sticking to the stats, which, by the way, would have won him the argument, he defaults to snark because that's an emotional appeal. And that's what people like. You want to know why Rollo does red meat? There you go. Snark. Oh, he's going to go and debunk this Rostie, right? I did it because she has the Rostie video, but I don't know if she's a Rostie or she's not, but I don't have any personal experience with that. However, why do they do this? Well, it's a form of catharsis. First and foremost. Second of all, she knows she knows it's going to spike, and I'll show you why I know that. Actually, I'll show you why it spikes here. This is why. This is exactly why she does what she does here, and these guys and these people in general do what they do. Okay, let's have a look at her channel here on Chrome, and where is it? Playboard. Okay, here we go. This is Playboard. This is not Social Blade, but I like to use Playboard for stats and stuff like that. This is playboard.co. Okay. Let me put this up a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm talking about. These are stats for her channel. Not bad. She's trending up as far as subscribers are concerned. But again, subscribership is a vanity metric. And yes, I subscribe to Reverb. Thank you very much. So let me switch over. There we go. Okay, so here's a summary. All right, so she's 400 in the, is this the US or the UK? I think this is in the United Kingdom. She's not doing too bad as far as trending in subscribers, but you have to look at where she was in the beginning of the month and where she is right now. Is she buying subscribers? I don't know, but for the most part, subs are not a good metric. They're what are called a vanity metric. Okay, people think they make a big deal out of subs, but it's really not about subscribership. It's about engagement, because you can have you can do something like John from Modern Life Dating has, what's he at? Is he at 10,000 yet? He might be over that, but you can have like low sub count shows that are very engaging, that make a lot of money, that get high engagement when it comes to super chats and everything else. But you also notice this. She's 4438 here, but she's also very low in 50.1% of subscribership. Okay, so you've got this is the views per subscribers. Okay, so her views are very low, but her subs are coming up. So nobody's watching your videos, but yet they're still subscribing to those videos. What does that tell you about subscriberships? All right. Next, we have this. Well, my goodness, when she's trying to debunk, this is the video, by the way, I debunked the entire manosphere. She's at what, 256,000 views on this, and it's got 20,000 likes because she knows it's a hot commodity. Now, here's the other thing. She's destroying the libertarians. She's hit upon, and these are promoted too, by the way. Essentially what she's done is she's bought promotional placement for these two videos, and that has related in subscribers. Okay, here's a subscriber. She is trending up, but she's going up by increments of 1,000. Now I know they rounded off on YouTube, but starting in the month in, let's see, June 3rd, all the way up to July 2nd, which that was yesterday. So between now and then, you look at what her sub count was here, 2003. Her sub count here is 20. What's she at now? 2,100. So that's quite the significant bounce. Perhaps it was because on the 27th she produced, let's see, this video. Why, yes, look, there we go. And how about this one? Or she started promoting it on that day. Yeah, so don't come at me talking about how, don't come at me talking about how, these guys are grifters and they're just like gaming the algorithm. Shut the fuck up. Everybody is, including yourself. So you want to expose the game? I'll expose you. I'll be happy to expose your game. So look, I must have triggered Rollo for, no, you didn't. You promoted the fucking video. That's what you did. You just paid for the promotion of it. So just saying, there you go. Okay, so getting back to the question here, why do they make these types of videos? Why? The better question is, why do they pay to promote those kinds of videos, Lord Panic? Maybe that's something that we ought to answer later on here today. So we'll get back to that.
And today we're going to be spending the next 3 hours talking about whether it's gay to talk to women.
But I've investigated enough scams at this point to know that if you need to convince people of an idea that initially sounds absurd, your best bet is to lock them in a room for as long as possible. And
okay, this is the fat kid in Brazil, but as far as locking them in the room and investigating scams, actually the best way is to promote your videos and pay for the promotions and buy subs. That's the best way, right?
To repeat the same ideas to them over and over again until they start to sound plausible. And this will happen until these men are so black-pilled that they've fallen down the rabbit hole onto the Wheat Waffles face rating charts and are desperately
She's not wrong about this.
trying to work out how ugly women find them with needle-point precision.
See, here's the problem that I have with all this. You're going to use the fat kid in Brazil. You're going to use Owen Cook. You're going to use Wheat Waffles, of all people. They are not the red pill. They are the black pill. They are the scam pill. They are the griftosphere pill, okay? None of these guys have the history or the background that I have in all of this. None of these guys have been doing it for 20 plus years. None of these guys have 5 books out to their names. None of these guys have anything like the analysis that I give. And there are other guys who are high quality men, right? High value men in the manosphere who are doing good work, saving lives, keeping nooses off of necks, and keeping guns out of people's mouths. We don't talk about that. We want to talk about wheat waffles. This is precisely why back in March of 2021, when Myron and Fress said, Rollo, do you think the red pill is going to go mainstream? And what came out of my mouth, class? What was my response?
Hello there, children. How's it going?
I hope it doesn't. This is why I hope it didn't.
Skull can be divided into two parts, the splantocranium, which comprises all of the facial features, and the neurocranium.
But a few years ago, this Kermit-sounding ass PhD haver crawled onto the scene and started regurgitating these ideas.
Okay, if you think that Jordan Peterson, even circa 2017, 2018, if you think Jordan Peterson is red pill, I got a fucking bridge to sell you. I got a freeway to sell you. All right. This is where her any credibility breaks down for her.
Ideas, but with bigger words, emboldening the movement even beyond the damp basements of inceldom and into popular right-wing rhetoric. This man is Cthulhu.
What? The alt-right.
Inserting his slimy tentacles into every video I make now, and each time he does, I realise more and more how dangerous he is.
You're not that important. The end.
Action Fit came along and took the podcast format, but instead of shouting the talking points in other men's faces, they will invite unprepared women on as guests.
You're gonna put Abba on? Really? That's the video you choose? Abba, who has recently admitted to liking to being admitted to liking being milked. I can't even, it's a tongue twister. He likes to be milked. Don't go look up what milking is. Please don't. You know what's interesting is like now President Spurg is going after Jesse Lee Peterson for like being a closet homosexual. We got that on the books now, and then we've got the fat kid in Brazil who has admitted to banging 4 transsexual people. I know, gotta be careful to always say that. And then we've got Allende, who has been a gay male stripper for the last 10 years at a gay male event in Miami. I can't remember the name of it. So I got those 3, and then I don't know, Roman McClay, who was the mass shooter back in the 27th of December last year. He's not batting 1,000. So and then of course we've got Abba, who likes to be milked. So this is probably not the best video to pull. I know you're trying to find old controversial ones, but
it's under the guise of discussing sex and relationships.
Full stop here. Mooncap. Next time you want to come at the manosphere, like come talk to me first. Really, I'll give you where you should go.
And when they get there, they take their phones off them, not the male guests.
Oh, let's repeat all of Ethan Klein's bullshit that was already refuted. Let's see, back in May. Let's keep going.
Make them sign a waiver and then feed them shots until they can no longer form a coherent sentence.
Yes, that's what they are. It's all date rape. That's what it is. Why don't you just say they're giving them roofies too while you're at it? Why don't we throw that one out there? Why don't you just say that it's just this, rape cult, right? That all since you walk in the door, it's like all over for you, honey. I mean, why not even why beat around the bush here? It's one thing. It's very much one thing to throw out ad hominem attacks. It is another thing to straw man people, but it's another thing to in the court of social media to say, well, you know what? I'm not sure, but I've heard that maybe Chris Pogson is like slipping roofies into their drinks too. Why don't you just go all the way? If we're going to be willfully ignorant, if you really want to hammer it home, why not just lie straight out? Because that's exactly what Ethan Klein did.
I, on the other hand, need to drink to perform a coherent sentence.
When you come home.
Yes, your Bud Light.
I'm gonna be in lingerie. I'm gonna keep.
All right, let's keep going. I'm gonna push past this because I love. She does this parody of them and the whole thing here. I need to get going here. This is just too much. All right, this is where she jumps at.
Probably argue that incels are the closest we've ever got to that. But
this is the fun part. You guys will enjoy this. In fact, you know what? This is so fun. Let's put this full screen.
They will base their theories on experiments from the modern day, on people who have already been shaped by modern societal stimuli. So all the manosphere can do to back up its claims is use its shaky pop evo psych and statistics and survey data from the modern world.
Oh, darn. We're actually using stats and data and surveys and numbers from the modern world. What, should we go back and use old data? Because that's exactly what she's going to do later on here. This is patently ignorant. This is patently disingenuous.
And they have attempted to do this with flaws. Many flaws. No, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy with no 1-to-1 ratio on his splantocranium. I want a Chad to breed for the alpha seed, not the beta needs.
It kills me that she's playing a Telly Squire.
Don't holler at me or I'll puke. Citation needed.
Yeah, you don't need a citation. You don't want a citation, because if I give you a citation, all you're going to do is go, oh, well, that's old data, or that's, wasn't an appeal to authority. That's exactly what that is. Let's keep going.
First of all, let me take you through the entire theory of the red pill. Fasten your seatbelts. So back in the 50s, most women were happy housewives who didn't bother themselves with man things like joining the workforce and stayed at home to care for the children. But in the 60s, the contraceptive pill led to the sexual revolution. This meant that due to the decreased pregnancy risk involved in casual sex, people did not get married as young, but this also caused an increase in accidental pregnancies out of wedlock.
All right, let's get down to all those recent stats, all that good stuff here. Before we continue on, we've got to look at a few things here. That's actually not what the manosphere says. Right. These are real CDC / Census Bureau statistics here. Divorce rate and oral contraceptive use. I've used this stat so many times. I'm blown. I hate using it. It's actually a permanent addition in my my slide collection here now. This is what I talked about before. I've also made those data point correlations between the gold standard, going off the gold standard. We look at when was Roe v. Wade enacted? 1974. Look at the divorce rate versus women using the pill. Okay, how do you refute that? Where is that? Where am I wrong about that, münecat? Where's anybody? I'm not the first one to have pulled this up. Where's anybody in the manosphere wrong about that? Please, where?
Kowalski analysis.
Seeing an uptick in single motherhood.
Imagine that. An uptick in single motherhood as a result of what? An uptick in divorce from 1970 all the way up to 2010. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery.
Single mothers are not capable of raising a child properly on their own, causing the children to become criminals and join
Who's using bad stock footage now?
Gangs in order to replace the missing masculinity present in their childhood.
All right. Here we go. Really want me to do this? Okay. Let's see. Where did I put that? Who's got the stats? Stats. Who's got the stats? Let's see. Maybe not that one. What else have we got here? Marriage trends. Would you like me to start with that one? Waiting to get married. Yeah. How about that one right there? Until 2018, we are at the lowest marriage rate. But no, that's not actually what I wanted to pull up here, because this is going to come up later on. It is the single motherdom part. Where did it go? Divorce stats. We'll keep going for now. I'll dig them up.
Bear with me. Over the next few decades, the feminism movement has also allowed women to enter the workforce, which is actually against their own wishes, even though they don't realize this. Due to their biological ticking time bomb, they actually prefer to be using their most fertile years to bear children, and when their careers force...
Wait, hold on. There we are. Oh, you can't read it. God damn it. Hang on. I'll blow it up.
them to miss out on this, they become depressed.
Inseminate me now!
Hypergamy is the ingrained female nature to date up in terms of status in order to ensure stability for our offspring.
Full stop. Okay, now I do have the stat for this. All right. This, by the way, is a bastardized version. Sorry, this is an incel version of this chart right here. Okay. And the bastardized version is the one that she's showing right here. Okay. So this is like, oh,
this is some
boring and basic versus like Chad and everything else. But this is actually the hypergamous scale that we're saying. Okay. So I don't know if I've shown the actual real one of these before. So let me throw this out there really quickly. The stats or the mating strategy on the left-hand side here is what's called assortive mating strategy, meaning that 4s get with 4s, 5 gets with 5, 6. And so one up or one down. That's assortive. Now then, hypergamy is different, okay? It means that women are doing the selecting, and even the 1 at the bottom of that is still looking for the 8 at the top of that chart, okay? Now, she's going to repeat the same nonsense, and well, you know what? Let's just let her get to it.
Thing that we cannot shake. It's programmed into us. It is causing young and fertile women to only select the bad boys or the alphas, leaving all of the young betas without any sex, as the top 20% of chads sleep with the top 80% of women.
All right, full stop. There we go. That's lie number 1. So let's start here. We'll refute that once again from the top. It is not 80% of women getting with 20% of guys, or 20% of men banging 80% of women, leaving the poor guy beta males to get with the lower 20% of women. Bastardize that all you want. Throw that around. That is patently 100% false. That is not the Pareto principle. As I've said before, let's repeat this. It's time for remedial red pill 101. 100% of women want to get with the top 80% of, or the top 20% of guys. That's where this is the original scale, I guess. I don't know what else to talk. I don't know how else to do it. I have it. Thank you very much, Sam. It's already on the screen. There you go. That's it right there. That is the Pareto principle. It has nothing to do with like Chad's banging 80% of girls. No. God damn it. Get that through your fat skulls, for crying out loud. Stop repeating that nonsense. And you know who's repeating that? Not just her. Black pill doomers like freaking, looks maxers and you name the personality. You guys keep repeating, regurgitating the same horseshit over and over and over again. It is not 80% of guy or 80% of women getting with 20% of guys. Okay. That's not the Pareto principle. It is 100% of women who want to get with the top 20% of guys. That's hypergamy. Got it? Good. Can we move on now? Oh, well, where does the 80-20 rule come from, Rollo? Here it is. Okay. 20% of men are deemed as attractive, or at least, considerable. 80% of men are deemed as unattractive. I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of studies that show you that. In fact, I'm going to show some of those here as she moves into hypergamy when she tries to debunk hypergamy. Okay. She's going to repeat this later on. But before we get there, she doesn't talk about the Pareto principle much in that one. So I'll cover this right now. All right. 80% of guys are unattractive. 20% of guys are, they might do. 4.5% of guys are the ones that women will initiate with. Okay. We'll get to that a little bit more, because I wanted to point that lie out and that bullshit out, because it's not just her that's perpetuating this. If there's anything that drives me absolutely insane, it's having to go back and go over this again and again and again. And you know what? Even when I go and I explain this, the same people I'm explaining it to, they'll repeat the bullshit again in a future video. I could tell them and explain it to them in no uncertain terms, and they'll still go off. They'll still put it back in their videos.
80% of men fighting over the bottom 20% of women.
No.
This is a
wrong. That is not the statistical fallout of the Pareto, the 80-20 rule.
Pareto principle in the dating marketplace. So
it's not beta male, it's beta male when you're in the UK.
Once women have had all of their fun and hit the wall at around age 30,
No, it's actually 29 through 31, and that's not the wall. We've already talked about that. And if you had done your homework and you're OPSEC, you would know this.
Meaning too many other young women have entered the sexual marketplace for her to compete with for all the sexy alphas. She will find a wealthy, beta nice guy to settle down with so he can provide her with the children and the stability. The most sneaky
Statistically proven.
females, though, will get pregnant by an alpha and then get her beta to provide for the child. But
Yes. You know how I know that? Because 42% of children are born out of wedlock in the United States. We just basic numbers from the Census Bureau. I don't have to go and dig up some evolutionary psychologist to tell me that this is what's happening, right? I can show it to you in no uncertain terms. In fact, we'll come back to that. She's going to explain the red pill to us.
women joining the workforce and the ingrained hypergamous.
Okay, let's stop. Well, we'll come back to the workforce thing. I want to throw these out there really quickly because she's going to go, oh, well, how come he didn't stop on this part right here? Okay. Here we go. Once again, from the top. Let's see. No, we don't want to do an activity. We want to do, here we go. Those are the economic drivers. We'll get to debunking the gender pay myth of the debunking of the pay myth. So we got to that. We got to higher income. Well, we'll get to higher income later. Let's see. The Pareto principle. Here we go. This is from David Buss from his book, as a matter of fact. Studies of online dating, for example, find that most men find most women attractive, most women to be at least somewhat attractive. Okay. Studies of online dating, for example. Online dating. What does that apply to? Apps and dating sites? In contrast, women on average view 80% of men as below average in attractiveness. That is below average. Below. Like not considered. Not considerable. Another study found that the top dating app Tinder, men liked more than 60% of the female profiles they viewed, while women liked only 4.5% of the male profiles. Later on, she's going to try to pretend that this is because they're afraid. Women are afraid to answer more than 4.5% of the male profiles because they have some magical way of discerning whether or not the creep is actually some sort of, sexual predator online. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. What I wanted to show you here was the difference between male optimum and the female optimum, because I thought this was actually a pretty good part of that one. But this is from his book called, Men Behaving Badly. That was his book. So that's that. Let's also look at the Pareto principle here. Studies of online dating. Okay, this was actually straight out of that book as well. This is Steve Stewart Williams, also an evolutionary psychologist, talking about exactly the same thing that Dr. David Buss was talking about there as well. Oh, and what else do we have? Rob Henderson, another evolutionary psychologist, talking about the same stuff. Okay, you want to see this again? I'll throw it up there for you again. Research is found, because this is straight out of Men Behaving Badly. But this right here, we've got three different opinions. Okay. 3 different people talking about this. In fact, I think Rob has probably written some Substack articles on this as well. So it's not like this is new shit. It's not like we're covering new ground. We've been talking about this since you've been watching iCarly and, Nickelodeon and, Jimmy Neutron, whatever. We've been talking about this since you were in diapers. So let's just start there. Maybe we know what we're talking about. And that's not an appeal to academics. This is an appeal to like time on the clock, the mileage here. Okay. Maybe you don't know what you're talking about, Mooncat. That's a possibility, don't you think?
Nature of women means that the pool of men that they will willingly date is becoming smaller and smaller. As the woman earns more herself, the man must still earn more than her.
Okay. Now, this is where things get a little dicey. Okay. Because hypergamy, and she doesn't cover this at all, as far as I know, in this video. She doesn't talk about alpha fucks and beta bucks. She doesn't talk about the short-term sexual survival genetic benefits versus the long-term security benefits of provisioning, protection, and parental investment. That is my triple P. If you hear somebody else repeating that, you'll know it's in my book and they didn't come up with it. So anyways, protection, provisioning, and parental investment. This is the side of the hypergamous equation that you will only hear come out of the mouths of guys like Dr. David Buss and Jordan Peterson and Rob Henderson and the rest of these guys. They want to say, oh, it's all about long-term security because we're all on the same page, men and women. They don't want to just have these horrible, sexual interests. If they do, then there's got to be something wrong with them, like sexual addiction or something. That alpha fuck side, that's over. Nah, maybe, everybody wants a good-looking partner, right? That's how they'll dismiss that. They want to say that it's all about economics, and to a great degree it is when it comes to long-term pairing, for sure. It's in women's economic and survival best interests to look for a partner who makes more resources than he expends. That's what powerful men have been defined by: resources, territory, and access to beautiful women. Exclusive access to virgins, I should say. Right? That's what has defined powerful men. Now, that's the apex example. Now, let's tone that all the way down. Women want a guy who makes more than them. They do. I can prove it to you. Let's go look at Polly in Norway. Norway are egalitarian, like the Scandinavian countries, okay? De facto polygamy. Norway can, in other words, be a country where many men never father children, even though its fertility rate is high. What actually happens often is that men who are already fathers get recycled, meaning alpha fucks, beta bucks. In the most egalitarian countries in the world, where women can do anything they want, men can do anything they want too. Oh, look, high fertility, but they're by the same dudes. Does that sound to you like maybe hypergamy is actually a thing? Let's continue.
So due to this, an increasing number of men are not seen as husband material and are left single and alone.
Therefore, we know in Norway that's the case.
Therefore, we must revert back to the societal norms of the nuclear family, where both men and women are happiest.
Wrong. I need that. Somebody send me the Trump drop where he's wrong. Wrong. You've heard, if you have ever had any experience with my show, if you've done your homework like you seemingly like you would like everyone to believe you have, because you know that I'm a failed musician and everything else. If you had done your homework, young lady, you would know that I don't say that whatsoever. In fact, that's one of those are the toes I step on quite a bit. I've said this a million times. Tradcons do not want the red pill. They want a time machine. They want to go back in time to the, father knows best, 1955, blah, blah, blah. Go some idealized romantic golden era of masculinity. And the reason why I bring that up is because of exactly the direction you're going with this right now. That's why Tradcons need to let go of that. There is no pendulum. We only go forward. That you've probably heard me say that a million times. Now then, this is why I say that, because this is exactly what feminists, the opposite side, I'm punching left, remember? This is what the opposite side says when it comes to let's be willfully ignorant and let's make sure that we're doing our our straw manning, because you all want this, you all do, because she's the one who's now the authority on the red pill and the manosphere and everything else. You all want that, right? This is why you have to dissociate yourself from that bullshit.
Getting married at a young age to someone of similar status will ensure that there's always a woman available for a young little beta cook to marry.
Okay, that is true. Beta males benefit from monogamy more than alpha males do. Okay, because alpha men, high value men, benefit more if they can spread the seed. Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. Okay. You want to go back to Old Testament times? You want to go back to polygamy, like when polygamy was the norm? Polygamy was the norm. One man, lots of women. How's that? Let's just say that. Okay, I'm going to pronounce it wrong. And polygyny, right? We can go back in time and see when that was the norm. Now we can also see that, well, we've got, as population increases, that fell, polygyny, polygamy, whatever, one man, many women, fell off and in favor of monogamy. Why? Well, we'll talk about that here in just a moment, because violence levels goes up when guys realize that the only way they're ever going to get their rocks off is if they can get married. If they can't get married and, the guy down the street has 4 wives and you have 0 wives, what's you going to do with all that sexual frustration when you don't have pornography and you don't have any prospects? You're probably going to go kill the motherfucker. That's what you're probably going to go do. So and we can see that exemplified today. There was a really great article in The Economist talking about the differences in GDP and the incidence of war in countries where polygamy was the norm versus monogamy being the norm. And we can look at the success, just the socioeconomic success of countries where monogamy was the norm. Why is that? Well, because it basically, or at least the idea of it, the concept of it, the meme of monogamy, the ideology of monogamy, represents the idea to guys that there's one woman out there for me, and for women too. It's the soulmate myth. One of the reasons why we have the soulmate myth and one-itis is a thing. The reason why the soulmate myth was popularized in romantic and like Shakespeare and Romeo and Juliet, the reason why the soulmate myth is so endemic over certainly Western societies, but you can even make the case in like some Eastern societies as well. The reason why the soulmate myth was so pervasive is because it backed up the idea that there's someone out there for everyone. There's a special someone out there. You just got to find her. Hell, even eHarmony, when they first started back in like the mid 2000s, they're like, find your soulmate. She's just behind this door here. It was still up to the 21st century. We're still hanging on to the soulmate myth. And the soulmate myth is the magic. It's the myth. It's the story that helps us believe that there's one perfect person out there for all of us. And we just find her or him, then we're going to be fine. And if you lose her, then you might as well commit suicide, just like Romeo did for Juliet and Juliet for Romeo, whatever, right? It's tragic. But it's a love story. Okay, well, no, it's meant, there's a latent purpose behind those stories, which is to the belief that one man, one woman. That's what it is. And you can even go back to like say Old Testament, or you can like still hell even in was it Abu American has, Craig, do you have 3 or 4 wives? I think he has 4 now. I gotta get that. I always question that, but there's still polygamy today. And yes, the reason why is because it was a stabilizing meme for a globalizing social order, where guys, if they didn't even at least have the idea or the belief that they could solve their reproductive problem or their reproductive, find a chick to breed with, if there was no chance whatsoever, that there's nothing that is, courage is having nothing left to lose. And those guys will go ape shit if it means that they can get laid, or if they can have status, or if they can at least push themselves up into that 20% we were just saying doesn't exist, right? If that's the case, you got all these guys in like sort of the Arab Spring are trying to, they're unemployed. They have no prospects. No chick wants to suck their dicks. And there's like the guy who has a Lamborghini over here with 6 wives or 6 chicks, and he's spinning plates. You're probably going to want to go and get with your friends and say, let's go kill that dude, take his car and take his women. You got nothing left to lose, because you either die, and that's okay because you got nothing here, or else you go and you take his shit. That's, you want to know how tribal societies worked. Why would one tribe go after another tribe? Probably because mate access, more or less. So yes, monogamy serves beta males. It serves guys who can in any other system would never be able to solve their reproductive problem. That's the red pill. That's what you want to snarkily sweep under the carpet.
The men who want to thrive in the current dating market must become an alpha and make a lot of money due to this hypergamy thing. And you must
or get really jacked and juicy as fuck.
Join my course to learn how. Only $997 down to $99.
Today. Well, your course could be about talking shit about crypto. I mean, could be that too.
We're going to be talking about.
You can sell merch.
About hypergamy. 5 forms of female hypergamy.
The word hypergamy or hypergamy, however you want to.
On this notice she doesn't just play the rest of that was my speech at the 21 convention in 2017. It was hypergamy, micro to macro. She won't watch that whole thing. She just needs me saying hypergamy.
Podcast. We don't cry about hypergamy.
So hypergamy, this is a huge subject.
Human females engage in hypergamy. Women mate across and up dominance hierarchy.
With a small percentage of men hogging a large percentage of
women. Can't get rid of their hypergamous nature and then just leave the men at the bottom to be cast away.
I love it that she uses Chris Williamson in this. Chris Williamson hates my guts. Okay. I mean, maybe that's a strong word. He just simply doesn't want to have anything to do with me, but he's more than happy to lift everything that I talk about.
That's fucking terrifying.
It's widely accepted that women are hypergamous. That's it.
First of all, let's look at the supposed evidence that they have for hypergamy. This is a study which revealed that 5,000 years ago, after the rise of agriculture, a huge uptick in wealth disparity meant that there were a small group of very rich alpha males that reproduced with, on average, 17 women, cooking the rest of men into sexless oblivion. To deal with this, we developed the monogamous system, which ensured no man was left out of the reproductive sexual marketplace.
All right, let's stop right at the full stop. Halfway maybe. Okay. Clearly, we can. I come with receipts, so we'll talk. I've used this this article before, and I've had people call me to the carpet for it too. Essentially, what it's saying, and she's not going to bring this fact up because in that article, it was as few as 8,000 years ago, one man reproduced for every 17 women. That's what it was about. We can also bring. I'm surprised she didn't bring this one up because it would have been, oh, you yuck it up. She could have brought up the Genghis Khan gambit, the Genghis Khan stats. We could have done that, but nah. Genghis Khan, of course, being that 1 in every 200 men on the planet Earth is a direct genetic descendant from Genghis Khan. We could have thrown that one out there as well. Genghis Khan was the Giga Chad of his time. So let's just throw that one out there. However, the stats are this. I've had people say, well, Rollo, it could be, well, like right now, by the way, back prior to agriculture, or excuse me, it was after agriculture, 1 man for every 17 women reproduced. Okay. Now, what we don't say is that is proof of hypergamy. That is just simply proof of the fact that 1 man reproduced for every 17 women. Okay. Now, what could happen is there's a lot of ways to go with that data. Okay. It's not that 1 man was chosen by those women because we lived in this horrible, oppressive patriarchy where men were just taking control of using women as if they were their property. Well, the same thing is again, going back to the Genghis Khan paradox here, is like Genghis Khan most likely didn't fall in love with all the hundreds and thousands. He probably had a higher notch count than Gene Simmons. Genghis Khan. Yes, well, he used this. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. Yes, deceit. Yes, of course he did. Of course he did. By any means necessary. And you know what? He's the most, well, not the most, by the way, but one of the most prolific human males to ever set foot on planet Earth. I want to take a damn DNA test. It'll come back negative, but I want to take a DNA test to see if I've got old Uncle Genghis's blood in my blood. I would love to find that out one way or the other. I think I'll do that at some point. However, the fact remains is that article, by the way, shows that 1 man for every 17 women reproduced. Now that number has declined since then. Okay. And I have taken that into account whenever I have done a hypergamy show. I've talked right now, it's 1 for every 5 women. If women out reproduce men, period. End of story. Across history from day fucking 1. Okay. Now, what is it that leads them to be more prolific or to be, more fecund? There's your vocabulary word for the day. What is it? I think I've seen stats that say 1 to 5 or 1 to 7, somewhere around there. I'm sure Sam will find that stat for me. However, yes, they all stole my work. Of course they did, Sam. However, that's neither here nor there. What the real operative here is, actually, let me let her finish here.
This was an example of women's ingrained hypergamous nature at its peak. And if we...
No, it's not. It's not necessarily that anyways. We talk about, again, I have made concessions for this. Maybe if you're getting your information from wheat waffles, that might be the case.
We allow the current sexual marketplace to expand to its natural conclusion, it will all happen once again.
Yes, it will. And I've talked about that before. And why this guy is in any way seen as an authority on any of this is beyond me, but I'll opine about that on that.
They were the incels of thousands of years ago. Yeah. They were the original, right? So they might group up to rebel against the Chad, and they will take the women and separate them among themselves. The Marxists, for example, they came to America and they destroyed thousands of years of cultural evolution. We live in a primitive sexual market. Yeah. Just like it existed thousands of years ago.
For a start, there is no consideration that this may...
Actually, for a start, who the fuck is this guy? I know who he's talking to, Jesse Lee Peterson, the now fallen star of Jesse Lee Peterson, the former speaker at the 21 convention. I have no idea who this dude is. Do you know who this guy? Who is that guy? Can somebody in the chat tell me who this dude is? Like Who is that guy? I got no clue.
The women's choice. Many of these powerful alphas were probably R-wording the women in all reality and not allowing her any choice in her mating preference.
Yes. Okay, keep going. Let's keep going.
Whatsoever.
One of the things your research has indicated is that...
All right. Let's stop here because I want you guys to pay attention to these two good. These guys, I know who they are at least. Now, here's the case. Okay, number one, no one's saying that. No one is saying that. All we're doing is that all those stats and all that data points out is that one for every 17 men as far back as 8,000 years ago reproduced. Okay, that has been statistically true for a very long time. I'm going to show you why that's statistically true. Okay, because this is going to debunk. I'm going to preempt her here. I'm sorry, but I kind of got to do this. Where did it go? Well, we're already seeing this right here. The online studies about the 80-20 rule. That's number one. Let's see what else. Here we go. Poly. Let's talk about poly for just a moment here. All right. This is John Maynard Smith. Okay. John Maynard Smith. Okay. Well, this is Will from Evolving Molly. This is a evolutionary psychology guy I follow. John Maynard Smith on cultural evolution and polygamy, 1982. So this is like, well, they only use modern stats. No, we use lots. Okay. An association between polygamy and transmission of wealth to male descendants could evolve by natural selection, even if there is no relevant genetic variance and the transmission of the habit is entirely cultural. Got it? Okay. Keep that one in mind. Let's move on. People are more likely, this is Steve Stewart Williams, people are more likely to harm, neglect, or kill stepchildren than genetic children. This is an irrefutable fact. This is one of the best documented statistics and research in evolutionary psychology. You can't get around this. Step parents, the new baby, mama's got a new boyfriend. That guy is statistically, like in some cases, as much as 10 times to like 80 times as likely to kill the children as the biological father. Okay. So what does that say? Keep that in mind. We'll keep going. That's, of course, that's kind of goes along with the whole, poly is this and monogamy is that, right? Monogamy these days has been cast as being something like bigotry, but we'll get to that part here too. Here we go. Reproductive success. This was great. Okay. Mean variance in the reproductive success, okay, of males and females in 18 different populations. Across the board. Where'd it go? Is this the one? This is Claire. Claire's pretty good here too. The work of anthropologist Beverly Strassman is relevant here. She found that the odds of death for children in polygamous households were 7 to 11 times higher than children in monogamous households among the Dogon of Mali. Then, of course, they're hunter-gatherer tribes that's still around today. Okay. All right. What's riddle me that, Batman? Okay, this was that stat I was just showing you a second ago. I got to find David Brown et al. 2009. Oh, there's those pesky stats again. Found great reproductive success variance in men, greater reproductive success variance in men than women across 94 of the studied human societies. Okay. This, once again, this is 2009, and they're going back across culturally. You look at the by the way, most of these are what's left of hunter-gatherer tribes still around today, which is what we believe that human beings came from, right? So, and this is that stat, just so you guys can see it. These were the cultures that they observed. Okay, so reproductive variance, and what they mean by this is backing up exactly what she said in that article. Okay, so greater reproductive success variance in men than women, meaning that men were less likely to reproduce than women. The variance in reproduction for women was pretty much standard, was pretty much because they're the incubators. I mean, you don't need like evolutionary psychology to prove any of this. You don't need it. All you really need is just the stats. That's all you need. Again, it's like one of those things where I was talking about like Matt Walsh. He doesn't need an emotional argument. All he has to do is rely on statistics. He just needs empirical evidence. That's all the red pill is. That's why I keep insisting it's a praxeology. It's not an ideology. This right here, hold on. This right here, this is the praxeology. Got it? This right here, this is the praxeology. Understand? These guys right here, they make appeals, but still, you're still looking at guys who've been in this, who've been doing this for a long time. Dr. David Buss has like something like 35 years, 40 years in his background, in his field. Okay. Even if you don't, and I'm not a big fan of David Buss because I think the way he interprets his data is in the frame of, we got to make guys look bad, because if he doesn't make guys look bad, then he's not going to be able to he's going to lose his tenureship. Same thing with like the early Jordan B. Peterson was probably concerned with that too. But this is let's see, poly and inheritance. That's the praxeology, girl. Where's your answer to that? People are more likely to harm stepchildren. Where's your answer to that? Seems to me like monogamy is probably a pretty good way of organizing a society where beta males don't get laid. Yes, you're absolutely 100% right. Monogamy was an insurance policy for beta men to solve their reproductive problem. And even if that was a fantasy, it was still the idea that it could. Right? That's the program. Do these things, make her carry Susie's books home from school, and she'll want to marry you, and you'll live happily ever after with a white picket fence and a golden retriever in the front yard. That's at least that thought, that ideology, that magical thinking that came from that was important for stabilizing society. So we didn't kill each other. That's why.
There is a manner in which women are attracted to people who manifest dark triad traits.
I would say, I would add the qualifier that it tends to be younger women, teenagers or women in their early 20s.
Okay, he's wrong about that, statistically wrong about that, but we'll dig into that later.
No modern day evidence that women prefer bad boys.
Wrong. Give me that sound drop. Wrong. Here's your statistical evidence. Would you like me to? I come with receipts. You better come correct if you're going to come at me. I don't care if you're male or female. You better come correct. Here we go. Let's see. Where's the dark triad stuff? Here we go. Dark triad number 1. Okay. Convicted criminal offenders had more children than individuals never convicted of a criminal offense. Importantly, the reproductive success of criminals was explained by a fertility increase from having children with several different partners. What does that mean, children? That means that evil is sexy. That's what that means. Oh, weren't we just talking about 50 Shades of Grey? And don't we all just want to get along and have we want good men? No, we don't. Here's another one for you. Women rated male characters designed to capture high dark triad facets of personality, narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. Those are the dark triad, or a control personality. Physicality was held constant. Women rated the high dark triad character as significantly, and there's your stats right there, more attractive. D equals almost a full point. Look at that. Got that? That's, by the way, that 0.94 is like significant. Yeah, it is significantly higher. Okay. What do you have to say about that? Come at me now. I brought the receipts. You want another one? Well, let's keep going. Hold on. She's going to come up with some more bullshit here.
Either when they're ovulating or when they're not. There's actually more evidence to prove the opposite. There is evidence that women are attracted to men with dark triad traits, but one of these traits is narcissism, which correlates with physical attractiveness and extroversion.
Yeah, correlates, but we also have to take into effect Machiavellianism and psychopathy. Oh, we do? Oh my goodness. Let's go look at this stat right here. Because this is going to drop a bomb on her right now. Where did it go? Psycho boys. That was it. Secondary psychopathy in high school boys. Okay, psychopathy. That's not narcissism. That's psychopathy. That's the other part of the dark triad. In high school boys, positively predicts future dating involvement, this study finds. I read this last week, so I'm not going to belabor it too much. Okay. What do you have to say about that? That is not narcissism. Psychopathy is hot too. Why is Lucifer Morningstar the hottest commodity in Hollywood, baby? Why? Oh, we don't want bad boys. Well, when we look, actually, you kind of do, and I kind of understand like why she's a little off put for this, because when I go and I look at let's see where to go. I got to dig it up. All right. I don't think I'm not throwing her under the bus for this, but let's just look at this really quickly. Okay. You asked for it. Here you go. This is her Twitter feed right here. Again, Debbie Harry. Wow. That's really Debbie Harry. I should have got a Debbie. It is a Debbie Harry inspired look for a shoot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For a shoot. Was this a Debbie Harry one for a shoot too? Let's see. What else do I got here? Anyway. So remember what I told you about Owen Cook? Let's keep going. Let's scroll down a little bit more. This is Gary V. That's when she was coming at Gary V. Of course, she's looking for attention. She's clout jacking, and I'm giving her clout. I apologize for doing so. However, I think she's a abject. Here we go. Man, looks kind of like Owen. That's her boy, man. I've not posted any actual pictures recently. Here's a nice picture of us in Leeds Beer Fest. That I never posted before. Enjoy. Okay, got that. Let's see what else you got here. Let's find some more of the guy. Oh, this is her dude. This is her dude right here. Yeah, I can see why the dark triad thing really kind of rubs her the wrong way. I just work here, man. I just work here. Oh, wait, that was good. Let's go with that one. Man, we should set her up with Owen Cook. I think she'd probably really like Owen Cook's look. Man. That's the dude. All right, let's keep going. It must be love. It must be true love. Well, here's a good one. How about that? You guys tell me. I just work here. I'm just showing you the facts here. This is the dude. Looks a lot like Owen. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? There you go. Are they married? I don't know if they're married or not. Okay, and last but not least, this was them in the mirror, I guess. So, guys, if you're overweight, you're ginger, and you have a beard, and you're probably 5'10", there is still hope for you. Just throwing that out there. So, imagine that, and that guy gets with this.
And in much the same way, men are attracted to women with dark triad traits, as narcissism correlates with physical attractiveness.
No, physical attractiveness correlates with physical attractiveness. That's genetic, by the way. And I think what's funny here is like, it correlates with physical attractiveness. You mean the genetic aspect of physical attractiveness correlates with that? Kind of sounds like biological determinism to me, doesn't it?
So once the physical attractiveness and the confidence is controlled for, dark triad traits actually add nothing for either gender. Basically, you can...
Using Dr. David Buss's data, who she's going to shit on a little bit later in this video. So either he's an authority or he's not an authority, because I don't know where we're at now. Do you hate him or you love him? I'm not entirely sure. You can use his data sets, but don't take my word for it. Let's look at one more thing here. Let's also look at, is this Dark Triad 3? This is Dark Triad 3. Oh my goodness. Convicted criminal offenders had more children than individuals never convicted of a criminal offense. Okay, we got to that one. Let's see, male characters. And then what was the number one? Was this the convicted? There we go. Oh, did I get that twice in there? I guess I did. My bad. Okay, so we can have dueling studies all day long. I'm going to say, okay, well, we're talking about arousal. We're talking about attractiveness. She dug into 50 Shades of Grey, as I said before. The popularity of 50 Shades of Grey is undeniable. We're talking millions of women, and we're not just talking localized. We're talking worldwide. Okay. So Christian Grey? Christian Grey, 50 Shades of Grey, right? That dark triad, that dark triad character set or, characteristic set is sexy. It's hot to women. That's why the red pill hits on it. That's why we expose that truth. That is an unflattering. Okay, I was just asked a minute ago, Rollo, why do they do these videos? That's because this is an unflattering truth about female nature that women would rather you not know. That's why. Got it? He has the Aussie. No, not yet. So anyways, let's keep it going.
Be confident and nice, and you'll still be attractive to women.
Actually, no. Niceness and agreeableness is correlated with a lower partner count. It is lower sexual success rates. I got the stats for that as well, dear.
And men. But this doesn't stop JP stomping around podcasts talking about this like it's science-based fact. The only other...
It is science-based fact.
The evidence they have for this is the Pop Evo Psych evidence, which has not been proven to the point of peer-reviewed consensus.
Horseshit. Absolute, abject horseshit. That is a lie. She's going to talk later on about this, so I'm not going to hit on this right now because I'll scrub through to get to the end when she's talking about Evo Psych. This is a 100% empirically proven bullshit statement.
Peterson will maintain that cross-culturally, women have always dated across and up.
There's that snark.
Females engage in hypergamy, and hypergamy is and this is also true cross-culturally, and it's also quite, it's just as extensive in Scandinavia. Not quite, there's a bit of attenuation, but not much. Women mate across and up dominance hierarchies. Men mate across and down. Okay, and that has to be the case.
Or they would rather date up.
Because if
those of us who can date up.
Obviously, it has to work that way. If one goes up, the other has to go down.
This is only...
All right. This is where I take issue with Jordan Peterson. So let me just halt. Let's halt. Full stop. No, that's not how it works. I'm sure Jordan would like it to work that way because Jordan only has one frame of reference when it comes to mating strategies, and that is monogamy. And that is the fact that he simply doesn't want to say the wrong thing. And remember, that clip that she pulled out of there is like from 2017 or 2018. No, 2018, because he was doing his world tour with Dave Rubin on that one. And I was happy. I remember when that came out because I was like stoked that he was finally like acknowledging hypergamy in its broadened definition, let's say. But the frustrating aspect of that whole thing is that he still would not recognize alpha fucks and beta bucks. And why do I say that? Because he was just saying this a minute ago. Oh, men are only interested in dating laterally and down. No, we're not. We're actually, Jordan, we're not. But here's the thing. He has this really feminine, correct, like framework within which his brain operates because he can't think outside of this. No, Jordan, we have a different mating strategy entirely from women. It is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. And I can prove that as well biologically, because as I've said before, if you look at women's, the ovum studies for women whose, human females, and by the way, it's not just human females, it's primates in general. The ovum will select between different men's sperm at the site of fertility, at the conception site, right? So if the egg, and this is figuratively speaking, it's done through proteins and it's done through I'm not a biochemist, right? The egg selects between which one of those sperms it wants to be fertilized by. And I believe it slows one down and speeds one up. I think that's how it works. I'm not an endocrinologist. I'm not a reproductiveologist or whatever. But from what I've read, the fact remains is that the human female ovum selects between differing men's sperm. Why would that be an adaptation? Because somewhere along the evolutionary chain, two men's sperm arrived at the conception site at the same time. That's why. So when we talk about polyamory, and we talk about being women promiscuity and cuckoldry and everything else, there are literally evolutionary adaptations that accommodate the fact that women are promiscuous and they're going to cuckold you, to the fact where, two men have just reproduced with me or have attempted to fertilize this egg, and one is a better selection than the other. And that egg has adapted, evolutionarily speaking, the ability to select between the two of them. What environmental evolutionary conditions would lead to something like that? I just ask these questions. I just work here, man. I just ask these uncomfortable, unflattering questions, ladies. So, münecat. Well, do you think, münecat, if you had sex with the guy who was like this super stud, Giga Chad, you had sex with Giga Chad, and then you had sex with your boyfriend who looks like Owen Cook, I wonder which sperm your egg cell would choose between the two of those. I wonder which one. I don't know. I don't know. I'm speculating. I just work here, man.
Half true. Peterson consistently fails to point out the hordes of studies that show that hypergamy is much less prominent in more developed countries because as an economy develops and is able to provide social safety nets and less children die at a young age, they will have less children at an older age as it is safer to do so, and they will choose
safer to do so at an older age. Okay. Well, we know that is a 100% empirically falsifiable statement. Okay. We already know that it is excessively dangerous for women to have children at later and later in life. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Was it 30 after 30? I think it is. 30% of women are, maybe it's more than that. 50% of women right now are having children after the age of 30. And it's getting older and older and older. And that is actually because of societal, social conventions that are at least presenting the idea to women that they can have babies later and later in life. Okay. That's not an issue. Okay. We can see that. What's at issue is that what is the best time for a woman to have a baby? Biologically, evolutionarily speaking, that's going to be right around 23 to 24. If you have a biological clock, it's not at fucking 30. In fact, most women in our evolutionary path, just as far back as like the last 200 years, maybe somewhere around 200 to 300 years, if women didn't have a child by the time they were 16 or 17, it wasn't because of societal influences. It was because that was when women were the most fertile, and that's when you wanted to have kids. Now, 22, 23 right now, as I've said, is women's sexual market value peak years, but it's also their peak fertility years too. So let's keep that in mind. It's not a social thing. Oh, well, we've taken care of that so we can have babies later and later in life. Just because we can do something doesn't mean we should do something. Oh, well, our GDP goes up. That's the thing that kills me. I've seen freaking Peterson have this conversation with Chris Williamson. Oh, when we include women in the workforce, the GDP goes up and everybody prospers and a rising tide lifts all boats and blah, 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 blah. So we want to put the little ladies back into the workforce. No, we don't. I'll tell you why, because it lowers fertility rates. That's a proven fact. GDP might go up, but fertility goes down. Oh, well, maybe it's because those men are controlling our bodies and forcing us to have children we don't want to have with men we don't want to have, which, of course, backs up the idea that guys need monogamy to actually reproduce. But that's a correlate that we don't want to talk about.
As a spouse later in life based on other needs, such as emotional needs. You're probably not familiar with this concept, Jordan, but people are finding other people that actually like them. So,
no, they're not. No, they're not, Mooncat. Maybe you have. Maybe you found your nice ginger fat guy. Well, it looks like Owen. But I can also prove you wrong. We have receipts here. Let's see what we've got. Okay, here we go. You guys make me do this. Oh, by the way, I love this part. I dug this up from 2019. The American Psychological Association says monogamy is the new bigotry. Now remember, this was in 2019. According to these mental health experts, open marriages are the tolerant approach to intimacy, and they've launched a task force to prove it to the world. So if you can't get it you can't get the lockdown the alpha guy, maybe you could just say, you know what, I'm gonna fuck this alpha guy, but I still need you, beta male, to be my polygamous throuple partner. And let's see if we can normalize that. In fact, while we're normalizing it, maybe we can make monogamy the new bigotry while we're at it too. Sound like a social convention? Does to me. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go. Let's see. Poly and infanticide. Nah, we don't need that one. Let's see. Oh, this is a really good one. Let's look at this. These are the decline. Oh, no, different one. Let me take her out real quick. There we go. Marriage trends. This was actually what she was using, or she needed to look at. Okay, years between age 18 and first marriage. Okay, up. Also tracks, by the way, with the rise in marriage and then the fall off of marriage, because right now marriage rates are at their all-time low. Not just in the United States, but also in the UK and most of Western Europe. Okay. Average age women get married in 2021, and these are all of the countries in which they do find that emotional connection, right? Okay. 35, man, for Ireland. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. 31, you'll not find love until you're 35. Imagine all the lived experience and everything you have to do before you get to 35 and you go, you know what? Maybe it's time. 31 and a half for women in the UK. How old do you think this chick is? Do you think that she is 31 and a half? And so we can see it tracks at about 30, 32, 33. What's the youngest? 24 is that in Russia? So Russia still, that patriarchal society, Russia, everybody's still getting married. Oh, wait, stop, hold on. Let's look at divorce rates across the European continent here, the Western European continent. Oh my goodness, here we go. Let's look. Oh, let's compare that. Let's look at the UK, 31.5%. Okay, now here's the divorce rate. 41.2. They're actually doing pretty good. Spain, oh my God, you guys are almost at 60. And then what kills me, look at this. This is funny. Here, this is the best correlate. The 24 for men and women, first age of marriage in Mother Russia. And here we go. But 65.7, almost 66% of those marriages end up in divorce. Oh man, and oh my, just have a look at all these right here. Holy shit. Okay, so and then now let's go and look at one more correlate here. Okay, and by the way, this is as of the stats are as of 2018. Just so you guys know, I'm sure it's probably gone up since then. Number of births per woman in those places. Now look at this. In the UK, we're looking at 1.8 per woman. So not quite 2 average, let's just say. You look at Spain, they are well below reproductive. They're well below fertility rate. In fact, the only people who are, let's see, well, where's Russia? Russia's pretty low too. Look at that. And then Germany, look at France, Holland. Holland's at 1.8, somewhere around there. Wow. So you can have a look at that. So that's what the problem is like when women throw this kind of crap out, you're not doing anybody any favors here, münecat, because what you're doing is you're perpetuating a bullshit lie. And the bullshit lie is that, oh, it's all about emotions. No, it's calculated. Why is it that the first age, like the average age of marriage, by the way, in the United States right now, well, shit, we can just talk about Great Britain. What is it? We got it right there. 31.5. Why do you suppose that is? Oh, we have more access to birth control and we can make better, more informed decisions. We also presume that women get married to have children. Like they haven't had children already before they get to being married, right? Because we can do that now too, because all that social stigma is completely gone. Oh, wait a minute. Let's look at this. Nearly 1 in 4 women ages 32 to 38 with at least a bachelor's degree were unmarried when they had their first baby, new research shows. Okay. Got it. Now, this was, I want to say back in 2018, Wall Street Journal. Not much to say about that, do we? I've come correct, man. You may fuck with the wrong dude, man. You mess with the bulls, you'll get the horn, young lady. Let's see. Median age at first marriage. Now, here's the reason I bring this up, and this is the U.S. Census, okay? From 1890, well, we actually started tracking this as far back as 1848, but who's counting, right? 2021, average age of first marriage. If you look at that, for men, it's right around 31 and a half. 31. Let's just call it 31. And for women, it's right around 29. What happens right around that time? Women become less attractive. They become less competitive in the sexual marketplace because, as we know, men tend to find women between the ages of 22, 23, 24 to be their most attractive. Of course, that's when their biological clock starts ticking. Of course, they suddenly want to get right with God and find a good guy. Of course they do. It's not about hitting the wall. It's about the acknowledgement that you can't compete. You're better fucking get out of the club with whoever's hand you happen to grab before you go. All right. Want to keep going more than that? Here we go. Let's look at some of these other ones. Half of unmarried new parents are in a new relationship by the time the child starts kindergarten. These parents are engaged in the intense emotional work of building a new adult relationship at a time when their children may need them the most. I wonder what that has to do with anything. We'll come back to that. Let's put her back in. Here we go.
No, this kind of sounds like a much better solution for all genders rather than trapping people into marriages they entered for the needs of bearing children and economic stability. But that's apparently the red pill utopia that we're all striving for.
No, it's not. What we're doing in the red pill, there's no red pill utopia because that would be ideological. And by the way, before we continue, that was an appeal to emotion that she was just saying a little while ago. Oh, maybe it's because we're just emotionally mature. And that's the we should all just follow our emotions and not look at reason or empirical data. No. Forget that. Those guys in that praxeology, that's not what it is. We're talking about emotions. The reason why more women get married at 29 years old is simply emotional. That's when they're finally emotionally mature enough to find a guy who wants to be an equal partner, according to Sheryl Sandberg, right? Manipulating an emotional response in place of valid or compelling argument. There you go. You are a bad debater, my dear.
Peterson and his incel minions also don't account for the fact that men, on average, thanks to millennia of patriarchy, earn more than women still. So it's not surprising that we're still...
No, they don't. In 16 of the, was 16 states where women earn more than men. I can debunk this as well. Let's let her...
living with the norms of a husband earning more than a wife. Divorce rates are actually lower than ever because marriage rates are lower than ever.
Yes. And you know what goes up? GDP goes up, marriage rates go down, fertility rates go below replacement. Continue.
Because people are actually waiting to find someone they actually fucking like.
I see. So it's all about the, let's see, it's all about the emotionality of it. Oh, wait, appeals to emotion. There you go. So it's all about the emotions. They're just not mature enough until they get to be 35, 29, 30, 31 years old, right? Right? They're finally done with their journey of self-discovery and they're ready to settle down. And those horrible men aren't she probably agree with this. Those horrible men aren't living up to the responsibilities of marrying these women and maturing themselves to be good husbands in the future. You want to know where the crossover is between the left and the right? That's where it's at. Men need to be responsible. I agree. We got to get them more responsible. Okay, let's see. Average age of marriage for opposite sex couples has, by the way, she just fires through these things. You don't even have a half a second to really look at this shit unless you stop it like me, right? Well, you got stats? I got stats too. Let's compare that. Let's see. Well, first off, I can compare it against the divorce rate and hormonal birth control, which probably has a whole lot more to do with the declining birth rate and the declining marriage. As we can see, the decline in marriage and the rise in divorce, a spike in divorce, begins when we invented hormonal birth control. It's not about, oh, we're much more, we're in a better place. It's not like Rob Henderson and his luxury beliefs. Oh, we have the luxury of being able to get married later. No. Well, you do, but it's not because of socioeconomic reasons. It's because we invented oral contraceptives for one sex, which we still haven't figured out. I don't know how we're going to figure out how to have, get men on the pill. I don't know how that's going to work. Who knows? Oh, and let's look at this as well. Oh my goodness. We'll come back to that. That's the sexlessness versus college enrollment, which of course correlates with economic attractiveness, which you'll get to that later on. But let's let her make her case.
Later in life, after their frontal lobes are fully formed, and this is actually decreasing the chances of younger, less wealthy men being left with nobody, and of old female spinsters being left with nobody.
Really? Then why is it in the increase in women wanting to have a guy who is a high value guy? Why is there a statistical increase in women being entitled to those guys? Just because you married Owen Cook or got with Owen Cook does not mean that women all across the world want to be you, Debbie Harry.
But hang on a minute, say the incels, there is evidence that women are initiating divorces when they get promoted. This means they're looking for higher status men.
We tell guys all the time that marriage isn't really a good institution in the United States anymore.
A woman choosing a bartender who is broke over a rich guy is just so far removed from reality.
The concept is known as monkey branch. 70% of all marriages end because the woman petitioned to have it end.
It's set up so that the one with less money is the one who gets spousal support.
Because they've been incentivized to do so because of the wealth transfer.
For women, like the richest women in the world, either got their money through inheritance or they got it through divorce.
Right? They just want to protect themselves. That's generally why they do it.
A woman breaks up in order to trade up. I could struggle with you, or I could take this money that the government's giving me, and all I got to do is sleep with you.
Ultimately, this could also be her searching for a bigger, better option.
And they believe they've got relationship equity that they can make a withdrawal on at a later date.
Women do initiate more divorces now because when they feel that they can support themselves, they are less likely to trap themselves in an unhappy marriage in which they are.
Hold that. Why women are promoted more are likely to divorce. Of course, she doesn't want to use that. Couples who were closer in age and took a more egalitarian approach to childcare were less likely to divorce following promotion. Well, okay, that's one data set from the BBC. Please allow me to opine on this one with, let's see, how about this one right here? Is this it? Oh, there we are. Thank you, Rob Henderson. A State University psychology professor told me she was seeing many instances in which married, and this is from the article he's quoting, in which married working class women who earned a college diploma felt they'd outgrown their blue collar husbands, eventually leading to the marriage breakdown. Why don't they just say divorce? The troubling gender gap in higher education. Now, I was going to give you guys this Newsday link here, but it is behind a paywall. So if you want to go look at it, I'll be happy to give you the link if you want to go check it out. This was where my ground zero for when I was talking about the fact that when women get a promotion at work or they start making more money than their husbands, especially when they were making at the same amount, or like she was making less and now suddenly she's making more, that tests this bullshit theory of egalitarianism. Because for men, again, for a man to be a man, and this is in women's lizard hind brains, okay? For a man to be a man, she has to look up to him. And one of the ways she looks up to him is socioeconomically. How do we know that? Because for the last, I don't know, since 2016, 2017, all we've heard is how men are economically undesirable now. There's article after article after article, research study after research study. There is no way around this. When women start to make more money in a relationship or in a divorce, it spells the end, or it certainly precipitates the end of that divorce, or the end of that marriage, I should say. Okay? So let's start with that one first. Then we can go and look at this one here as well. Now, this is actually a full thread, which I think I'll call up here in just a second. This is Ollie Folk. I believe he's an associate. He's an economist, I believe. I think I got this through George Gammon. Me and John Ark's paper on promotion to top jobs and marriage stability was just published in AEJ. I forget. Applied Economics. Okay, Applied Economics Journal. This picture shows the main finding of the paper. Promotion increases the divorce probability for women, but not for men. Got it? But not for men. That's the operative right there. It's not women. Most definitely initiate 70% of the divorce, at least 70%. I've seen it higher, but I'm just going to go with that. I'm going to be conservative here, right? 70% of divorces are initiated by women. Still to this day, at least that much. Somebody says told me it was 80. I don't know what it is exactly. Well, let's look at a few things here. Do I have that up? I think I had that up somewhere. No. Here it is. I got it. Oh, I did have it up. Okay, here we go. Because this is an important thread to sort of like, and it's very short, so I promise you that I won't bore you with this for too long, but I want you to know that I come correct with this shit. Where did it go? There's Ollie. Okay. Check this shit out. There we go. Okay. He's a professor at the Department of Government at Uppsala University. Main field of research are political economics and gender and politics. Okay, sounds like a pretty good character witness, a good pro witness here. So this is what he came up with in these. Let me get you the whole thing. Let me go full screen. There we go. Okay, here we are. Alrighty then. So we depart from the fact that women are underrepresented in top jobs throughout the world and across sectors of society. Okay, so this is like they're going with mean averages here. Okay, while some research points to the importance of family constraints in explaining women's absence, there is no research on how promotion affects divorce. In our main analysis, we examine the causal impact of promotions to top political jobs in Sweden. Politics is unique in the sense that we can identify the job contenders who gets the promotion and how close the contest was. The first graph in this thread showed the descriptive comparison job contenders for mayor or parliament. This figure shows DID estimates. The host of robustness checks validate the design, including a restriction to quasi-random promotions, close elections. Okay, this is a bunch of jibber jabber. The promotions to CEO, we can only compare promoted men with promoted women. This comparison shows an acceleration of divorce after the promotion of women, but not for men. The results from politics seems to extend to the private sector as well. So this is not just politics, it's also the private sector. Just so you know, because they started with politics, because he's a socio-political guy. Yeah. So I can see this. I will give you the thread to this if you really want to check it out. Why is there a negative effect? A temptation effect would imply that promoted women meet a bunch of hot guys and trade up. The audience of female politicians will usually crack up when they hear this. Indeed, we see that promoted women are slow to enter new relationships. Got it. Okay. We argue that traditional gender norms on couple formation may be behind the divorce effect. Most women in our data have married up. That sounds funny. I thought they were marrying for emotional reasons, while the men have married down. Maybe Jordan's onto something. Both men and women who reach top jobs have relationships that initially focused on the husband's career, right? And then the woman gets the promotion, and now it's not about his career. It's about the female. It's about the woman's career. Two variables approximate how traditional the marriage was in its early days, i.e. 20 years prior to the promotion. The spousal age gap, the division of parental leave. Our analysis shows that women's divorces are concentrated to the least egalitarian couples. Divorce is not explained by short-term factors such as passing the husband in income. Most women in our sample out-earn their husbands prior to the promotion. Rather, the promotion seems to be the final straw in the long process of moving away from the initial expectation. What can be learned from this? Individual women might want to pick the right husband, as argued by successful Swedish politician, yada, yada. At the macro level, gender equality in the labor market will be hard to achieve without gender equality in couples formations. Okay, ungated pre-printed version. Okay, so you could go and check this out. I actually asked him this too. So this was a while back, and I asked him. So the next question: in majority, which sex initiated the divorce? The wife or the husband? Did you make this a part of the study? Did they even make that part of the study? The study is based on registered data, not a survey. There is no information on divorce initiation. Also, but we already know what the facts are. That's 70% at the very least. Also, there is a general problem with defining initiation. For example, if one partner cheats and the other files for divorce, who has initiated the divorce? Exactly. And that's what that ambiguity is, exactly why we get this nonsense from her. Okay. The facts do not bear up your emotionalist argument, dear. What do you have to say to that? Where am I wrong? Don't call me a freaking freak. Don't call me the crypt keeper. Tell me where I'm fucking wrong. Tell me where it's wrong. Tell me where I've made an error in my assessments here. I'm asking guys who do this for a fucking living. This isn't just some jackhole going, oh, I think I'll just go and throw out my theories out there. That's not what I do. And if you've done your homework and your OPSEC or whatever you want to call it on me, you would know way better than to fuck with me.
To do most of the household chores, causing them stress. There is no evidence that they are leaving them for higher value male.
Yes, there are. I just quoted it.
There is also another apparently hard to swallow pill that women will cheat on their beta male husbands with alphas. Another theory that Peterson backs up with particular fervor.
And I'm not saying anything for this or against this. This is a purely factual biological claim. Is they pick a monogamous marriage and they cheat with high status guys. Now,
notice what he said, high status guys. He didn't say the hot guy on the foam cannon party. He didn't say Jason Momoa. He said high status guys. And that's this is funny because this is from Rogan from back in 2017, 2018. And he's still, guys on the TradCon side of things, when they want to explain cheating on a woman's part, they explain it through like, oh, well, the guy was just higher status. He had more money. He had a better car. He was, men respected him that much more. No, they never want to talk about the fact that the guy was her personal trainer and fucked her 10 ways to Tuesday. They don't want to talk about that, especially not.
Obviously in the confines of the marriage, that's a terrible thing, but.
That's a very uncomfortable subject, though, for women in particular.
Well, it's an uncomfortable subject for everyone.
Right.
Is there any evidence to back this up? Absolutely not. From survey data, men admit
Yes, there is. Let's go and look at that. Let's see. Is there any evidence to back this up? Well, we can also look at height differentials if you'd like. That's an attraction point. A greater height difference in couples was positively related with the wife's happiness. The relationship dissipated after 18 years of marital duration. The long period of dissipation indicates a powerful impact on male height on women's psychology. It's a physical attribute. That's why I'm bringing that one up. That doesn't have anything. Well, I mean, we tend to think of guys who are like taller than us as being higher status. I mean, that's just like part of the gig. You can focus there. Oh, you don't believe that? How about this? A man who is 5'6" tall needs to earn an additional $175,000 per year to be desirable as a man who is about 6 feet tall. Got it? 6'2" men can earn $30,000 less than 6 foot men. A man will be viewed as equally desirable. They've done this work. They have done this research. There is lots and lots of research that back this up. Where is yours? Show me. What is this yours? Let's see. Does she have something?
Bit to cheating on their spouses more than women, but the women are catching up with the men because the most common way for someone to cheat is with someone they know, like a work colleague. So now women have been allowed to leave the house more.
That's old horseshit. That's 20th century bullshit. It has never been easier for women to cheat, and it doesn't necessarily have that. You want to know why there's a rise in infidelity in women? It's not because of what people say, well, it's because they're in the workplace and they develop workplace relationships. No, they have Tinder, they have Hinge, they have Bumble. They can do it discreetly. In fact, women have an easier time logistically carrying on an affair than a man does, because men have more responsibilities when it comes to like work and everything else. Right now, you say, well, she's got kids. Well, yeah, you could throw that in there as well. But you want to know the real reason why the rise in infidelity on the side of women is concerned is because it's because of access. So very simply, it's access.
Or they're actually beginning to cheat as much as men do, but there's no evidence that they've ever cheated more than men. And it's still...
No, because their mating strategy is different. Remember all that horseshit you were talking about emotional investments and, they really want to get to know each other before they have sex and get married and everything else, right? Well, what is it? Is it evolutionary? Or is it because it's social conditioning, right? It's all social construction. It's all blank slate equalism. What is it? Because you don't get it either way. She's already made two differing arguments here. Like her rationale, she'll rationalize things with biology and evolution, and then she'll rationalize against it with social constructionism, because either way, the cognitive dissonance gets resolved by like flip-flopping back and forth between the two. What is it? Is it evolutionary? Or is it social conditioning? That's what I want to know.
Not the norm to cheat either, like it's somehow become socially acceptable. There's no...
It has become socially acceptable. We've already looked at that. We already talked about polygamy a little while ago.
Societal shift away from monogamy. We still want to get married or settle in long-term relationships.
What the fuck is it? Is monogamy like it's only for beta male guys or not for beta male guys? What is it? Define your fucking terms here. This is just flip flop.
Humans pair bond. That's what we mostly do.
Oh man, we pair bond. Well, we need to get you in touch with Drew Afawalo, because apparently we don't. She's coming up with data sets that say we don't pair bond. And you know what? Another little girl who's trying to come at the manosphere to make a name for herself and clout jack. That's what she's trying to do. Let's see if I can fuck with these guys and call them misogynists, right? There's no such thing as pair bonding. Well, what is it? I wonder what she'd have to say about Drew Afawalo saying there's no such thing as pair bonding, or the pair bonding is this or that. I covered that in the Drew Afawalo show, by the way.
We're just doing it later when we're settled in life. Furthermore,
we're settled in life. No, you're doing it when you are optionless. That's when you are doing it. Men tend to peak at around 35, 36, 37 years old. Women tend to peak right around 23 years old, but they're waiting later and later and later in life to have kids and get their you want to know why freezing your eggs is a thing? You want to know why women are losing their minds about abortion? You want to know why anything that in any way limits women in their sexual expression, but limits them from having any kind of like reproductive fail-safe? That's why. They want to wait and wait and wait. Again, rise of the she economy. by 2030, 42% of women who are prime working age, 25 to 44, will be single and childless. What will you say about that? That's the forecast from Morgan Stanley. Oh, they're just waiting because they're getting more mature. No, they're not. They're just waiting because they're trying to find the guy who they think they deserve. They think that they're not going to settle for that guy. I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying that the mentality is that they have more time than they actually have. And that is what you're perpetuating with this.
There is no survey data that shows that the women who do cheat are doing so with high status men. If we're going to talk
We already covered that. Yes, there is.
Talk about this through a pop evo psych lens. Surely it's more evolutionary advantageous for a woman not to be hypergamous and to be wary of the risk of getting involved with the wrong man who will not support her child.
That is hypergamy. That is the definition of hypergamy. Get with a guy who is the 3 Ps, but he's also hot and fun, right? Okay, the hot guy in the phone cannon party in Cancun that was so rocks your world. I was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. Plus the guy who is a good bet for the future, right? Parental investment, protection, provisioning. You just made the case for hypergamy. Oh, why would women want to be hypergamous when they're looking for the best guy that they can possibly get with? That's hypergamy. What the fuck do you think it is?
Since the woman has always been the more selective gender, she's always had a choice between a beta or an alpha.
No, she hasn't actually, but now she does. Not in the past, but certainly after the advent of hormonal birth control and legal abortion. Yes, she has.
So why would she willingly put herself in the dangers of an aggressive, violent alpha?
Because as we just discussed, women are attracted to dark triad personality traits. They're also very hot for violence too, and a capacity for violence, which I have studies for that as well.
And leave her children without a father. Why not just settle down with the beta from day one who will protect her from all of the preying alphas? These red...
Because the beta can't protect her from the predatory alphas. Right? That's fundamental, right? You need a guy who has a capacity for violence. Now, again, she's making binary. She's turning alphas into binaries and betas into binaries here.
Men are simply projecting how they see the dating market onto women when women actually see it very differently. Take it from me. If a man walks up to me and asks me for my number or asks me on a date, I'm not thinking,
oh wow, I wonder if he has a nice car. I wonder if it's more expensive than my current boyfriend's.
I'm thinking,
well, anecdotal, using flag on the play, 10-yard penalty, automatic first down. Anecdotal evidence, using personal experience as an isolated example instead of valid argument, a valid argument, especially to dismiss statistics. Classic. She just right there, right in your face. Got it? Okay. Let's continue.
I hope this interaction ends without this man getting angry, violent, or following me home. By getting involved with the red pill and by learning game, you're literally giving yourself a 101 on how to give women every red flag in the fucking book. But
no, you're not. Because as we've already established, the guys who have Machiavellian traits, and I'm not saying over the top, they're going to be like psycho killers. Machiavellianism, psychopathy, and narcissism. Women love that combination. It is statistically proven. That's why women are that's hybristophilia. Go look it up. I'm surprised you didn't bring that one up in this. Only women are hybristophiles. Okay. Hybristophilia is women's tendency to want to get with guys who are incarcerated criminals, guys who are actually have a antisocial guys, right? Let's just say guys who are, prisoners in state federal penitentiaries here in the United States. I don't know what they call them there in the UK, right? Whatever the jail is there. Women love those guys. They want Anders Breivik has a teenage fan club after his killing spree. The guy was at the Boston Marathon bomber. That kid is like, if he got out, he would have a bigger Instagram following than the both of us put together. Trust me. Okay. Oh, wait, let's look at this. Also, muscularity is sexy too. Got it? Let's see. Monogamy is, let's see. Oh, wait. No, that was a good one. Here it is. Using data on males aged 18 to 59, currently measuring muscularity are significantly positive associated with the number of total sexual partners and partners in the past year. Next. Bring it. Bring it. Where is it? Where is it?
By far the most tangible evidence the manosphere has for modern day hypergamy is from dating apps. Yeah, that's it. Data from dating apps.
That's it. Oh, data from dating apps. Oh, let's go and dismiss these. How are we going to dismiss those, especially when we look at stats like this? Okay, here we go once more. Look at that online. Look at that jump. That is crazy. It's almost like the only way people meet is online right now. And that's to 2010, by the way. It's much higher than that right now. So us crazy guys, all we're doing is just talking about online dating. Well, that can't be there. The sum total of everything that is going on. Look at church. Church declines. College declines. Coworkers decline. Remember, we're supposed to be meeting at work to form like, remember, she just made the case that like, oh, well, you know, if you meet up with a coworker, that's where you're going to, where women are going to cheat. No, they're not. Look at that spike right there, young lady. Look at that. Through friends, drop straight off. Doesn't look like they're finding people to cheat with from friends. Let's see. What's the other one? Oh, coworkers. A little slight uptick, probably because they use online dating to facilitate those. Do you have anything to say? You know, your witness, prosecution, your witness. Where are we going with this? There we go. There we go.
And this doesn't account for, you know, the plenty of fish data, the Tinder data that we have. Men do not get nearly as many options as women. And even if we're talking about top tier guys, they still cannot compete.
In a since deleted 2009 official blog post on OkCupid showed women rating men as worse looking than medium 80% of the time.
Most of the men on Tinder of the profile.
Joker, I love you, but it's not like worse looking than medium, but that was pretty funny.
As they come across females, they'll swipe right on 60% of them.
I forget this guy's name. He's a statistician. He's not an ego psych guy, by the way. He was on, this is actually ripped off from an interview with Michaela Peterson, and this dude actually quotes me extensively.
When it comes to females, they'll only swipe right on 4.5%.
But the reality is, guys, you look at OkCupid's data, and they behave a certain way.
On Tinder, women are, they like, you know, swipe right. They like the profiles of only 4%. Men, when they see female profiles, they swipe right or like more than 60%.
That's a great example of hypergamy.
Time to get debunked again, bitch. You like?
No, bitch, you're not. But before we get to that, we've got to get to this guy. Thank you, bitch. Thank you for that $100 punch away. Well, let's go.
This being thoroughly debunked by a vagina haver with a second-class degree in music production. There was.
You sound like a failed musician.
One infamous blog post made by OkCupid in 2009, which supposedly exposed the hypergamous nature of women. It showed that women rated 80% of men on the website as below average in
Okay, that's old data, by the way, but let's let her finish.
Attractiveness, whereas men's ratings for women's attractiveness resemble more of an equalized bell curve. They jumped on this as proof of their Pareto principle. It's generally believed that this is one of the main catalysts of the modern incel movement, and the blog post was eventually taken down not long after the incel attack in Toronto, where 11...
there we go. Let's, excuse me, we got one more logical fallacy to throw out here. Let's see. Where do we go with this? Oh, well, this has, first of all, this is what's called a non sequitur. This is completely irrelevant. Like the fact that, it was all these guys, somebody killed somebody. First of all, it's straw man. That's easy. And then, you could also say anecdotal. And then what else is there? Is it begging the question? Circular argument in which the conclusion is included in the premise. Okay. Let's keep going on. She's basically trying to technically that's an ad hom and a non sequitur. Does not follow, by the way.
died. The incels took this to mean that big tech was trying to hide the truth of hypergamy. Ironically, that same blog post actually showed that women are more likely to be open to messaging men they see as less attractive, whereas men are more likely to only message women they rate as more attractive to themselves. So
it's because women will only, that's true. That's absolutely true. But who are, now dear, who are they messaging? It's not that they're messaging, it's who are they messaging? Right? Oh, we're messaging these guys who seems a little bit less attractive to us. Well, at least we've established that more women are actually using online dating, and that's that sort of backs up this data set right here. Okay, well, at least you've been honest about that, at least to this point. She's going to get dishonest in a second here. However, let's let her keep going because I got something to say.
It showed that even though women rate most men as below average, they are much more likely to message them anyway. So here we are again with the incel projection.
That sounds very unsafe. That sounds a whole lot like they aren't actually looking for the best of the best, which of course is what you were just establishing like, what, 5 minutes ago? Well, because it's in their best interests. Well, they're all lowering their standard. Well, maybe you are lowering your standard. She's definitely a step above the dude that she's with. You guys can say, I saw in the chat, she's a 4, she's a 5. What do you think the guy is? Do you think he's below her? I think so, in SMV for sure.
Projection of shallow dating preferences on women. In addition to
all right, shallow is a relative, subjective, and emotional term. We'll keep going.
This r/Tinder data generally tends to show that men will swipe right on most women and women will be very picky, and the ones that they do swipe right on will very likely result in a match. I need to explain why this is the case. A fact that the red pill seems to gloss over is that women are always going to be more picky than men when it comes to dating due to the increased risk of violence and...
Okay, so she's going to make it appeal. And this is actually the interesting point here because she's going to get, later on, she's going to start talking about rape culture. Okay, so she's going to correlate this with rape culture here in just a little while. However, let's see, I got to look at my stuff here. However, we're still looking at, I'm going to let her keep going here, but her rationale against hypergamy is that women are so particular and so fearful that they might be like, accosted in a dark parking lot somewhere, that eliminates hypergamy.
Pregnancy, not because of hypergamy. Let's have a look at some stats that the manosphere completely ignores. Younger women who have used dating sites or apps are especially likely to report having negative interactions with others on these platforms.
Self-reported, most bullying, most online attacks on women come from other women.
Majority of female online daters younger than 50 say harassment, unsolicited explicit messages are very common on dating platforms.
You're on a dating platform. Guys are going to lead with the sexual. That's the way it works. The other part is this. Here's why I'll let her finish here. Hang on.
60% of female users aged 18 to 34 say someone on a dating site or app continued to contact them after they said they were not interested, while a similar share, 57%, report being sent a sexually explicit message or image that they didn't ask for. Roughly half of women think dating on sites or apps are an unsafe way to meet people. More under 20.
And yet they still continue to use it above every other means.
Sexually assaulted after meeting offenders on dating sites. The victims in 83% of the 671 cases were
671. Wow. Out of the millions of people who use Tinder, Hinge, and Bumble.
Female and 17% were male. Oh, and I'm not done yet.
Oh, yes, you are. Here we go. This is why you're full of shit. Because one of these constitutes SA and one of these constitutes, romantic interests. That's why. One of these is harassment, and the top one is not harassment. The bottom panel is harassment. Any questions?
Here's a full report from ABC about Tinder's failure to act on SA reports. Of the 48 people they found who reported SA to the app, only 11 even got a response from Tinder.
Okay, so this is after the fact. the hypergamy comes before all of this. Okay. Well, we're afraid of that this might happen to us. Probably not, considering the amount of people who are subscribed and who actually use those services. And clearly we've already seen that it's the number one way of that this generation certainly gets in touch or gets, together, hooks up, right? Hookup culture, which is nonsense.
Almost all of those responses did not detail whether any action was taken, and Match Group, the company that owns basically everything, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, Hinge, Plenty of Fish, and some others, has openly admitted that they do not screen for sexual predators.
It has nothing to do with the matching itself, right? Okay, Tinder lets known sex offenders use the app. It's not the only one. Okay, one would think that with such a dangerous situation, that you wouldn't get a situation like, I don't know, Tinder swindler. Why? Well, we've got a full documentary about that. We've got more than 3 actually, but the 3 women that were on that documentary, they wanted the fantasy. They wanted the guy who was the Mossad agent. God, that was a good group. The Mossad agent. They wanted the guy with the private jet. They would look past the fact that he had a baby mama on the plane going to Bulgaria, where the hell they were going, right? That's 50 Shades of Grey doesn't mean anything. Oh, how about Tinder swindler? Because that's even more dangerous. So all of this concern about there's no hypergamy because women want to be much more picky because they feel unsafe. And this is an appeal, by the way, to emotion once again. But the fact remains that we have a full Netflix 2-hour documentary about the Tinder swindler, and which backs this up, but they still went with the dude. Shit, that one girl took out 9 different loans for that guy. That's not fear, that's hope.
On their free apps. A spokesperson said there are definitely registered sex offenders on our free products, which is a bit like a spokesperson for an ice cream company saying there are definitely flesh-eating spiders in some tubs of our ice cream. Don't blame me, I just work here. So lucky you, ladies. While Tinder makes men pay for the slight hope of more matches, you'll have to pay for the assurance that you won't be assaulted.
Well, it didn't matter for all the people who really want to get with a guy who I would presume is in the top 4.5% of men on Tinder, to want to go with him 45 minutes after seeing him on his private jet off to a foreign country, and because it's an emotion, right? Oh, well, you got to go with your heart. Follow your heart. It'll never lead you astray, right? Yeah. And then we can start a Kickstarter to make up for the $250,000 that we took out loans to give to this guy. Right? Tinder swindler. Oh, well, that's anecdotal. No, there's plenty of other girls who were swindled like that. And I'm sure, I can't imagine that some of these guys weren't the same way. Also, SA and this, sex offender thing is like, okay, well, if that's the case, why are you, if every woman is so worried about that it negates hypergamy, then why are you on it? And why is it working that way? Oh, or if we're afraid, that's why there's no such thing as hypergamy. No.
And even then, it's not guaranteed. I cannot stress this enough. Dating apps do not represent real life.
And yet they do. Clearly, they do. They represent it well enough that Netflix will go ahead and make a full fucking documentary about the Tinder swindler. They do. Get your head out of your ass. And you know what? Even if they don't, Instagram sure the fuck does.
Apps represent an extremely shallow, gamified version of dating that
if we could only just get past the shallowness and just sit down and talk.
Artificially creates the Pareto principle. Since women are more likely to have had previous negative experiences with men, I'm not discounting that men have them too, but the fact that women have them more often than men is relevant here.
So modern dating causes hypergamy. Modern dating creates the illusion of the Pareto principle. Allow me to destroy your entire argument. All right. You asked for it. You got it. I have to keep going. Here we go. This is the Pareto principle. Once again, I like using Steve Stewart Williams because he's actually my favorite dude. Where is it? Is it Quillette? No, that's not it. We could just take that one out, actually. Here it is. Oh my goodness. All the single ladies is a good one here too. Why don't we go with this? We'll start with this one. I've got another one here as well. It's another, is that it? Okay. Here's a dark triad one. Here we go. This is David Buss, which I think she's going to try to disqualify later on. But before we do that, let's move here. Okay. So this is from a January 16th, 2020. Vincent Harinam and Rob Henderson wrote this for Quillette. I don't care what you think of Quillette at this point. Remove that and let's remove this. This is from, I'll show you that data set here in just a second. But before we do, let's move here. And I'm about to completely destroy this argument with, where'd it go? All the single ladies. Okay, this is really good. Swipe right for a master's degree. The dating market for women is getting tougher. And remember, this is prior to COVID, okay? This comes out January 2020. COVID was really started right around like March, okay? Swipe right for a master's degree. The dating market for women is getting tougher. In part, this is because fewer men are attending universities. Why would male enrollment in higher education matter for women? Because women on average prefer educated men. One source of evidence comes from women's personal responses to dating profiles posted by men. Researchers analyzed 120 personal dating ads posted by men on the West Coast and the Midwest. They found that two of the strongest variables that predicted how many responses a man received from women were years of education and income. Similar results have been found in Poland. Researchers analyzed how many women responded to ads posted by 551 men. They found that men with higher levels of education and higher income received more responses. Got that? A more recent study in Australia of more than 40,000 online daters found that women were more likely to initiate contact with a woman if he had more education than themselves. All right, that's number one. That throws a shit right. That kind of throws cold water on the argument that it's that it's actually dating that is causing this. No, it's hypergamy reacting on the facility or on the convenience of online dating. Women were hypergamous before the fucking internet. Got it? How do we know that? Well, we can go back in time and look at the genetic evidence that shows that 1 in every 17 women, right? You could say, well, it's because men forced them into that. Okay, but it still doesn't account for the fact that 1 in 7 or 1 in 5 men, 1 for every 5 women or 1 for every 7 women reproduce, while it was 1 guy for every 1 guy. Okay. Genetics, we still have the data for that. The numbers in that case are like dead solid, right? That's ever since we were able to plot the human genome back in 2001, something like that. So that's number one. Let's continue here. Okay. Come back up to that. There we go. Still, young people today are more likely to use Tinder or other dating apps than internet dating websites. I've already brought this up. Are things different on the apps? A study led by economics researcher Brecht Niet of Ghent University found that on Tinder, women were 91% more likely to like a man with a master's degree compared to with a bachelor's degree. The researchers used the same male profiles. The only difference was level of education. They also tested how men would react to women with different levels of education, finding that men were only 8% more likely to like a woman with a master's degree compared to a bachelor's degree. Men don't care. You got to be hot and available. Do you like anal, right? Are you into reverse cowgirl? That's pretty much the criteria. Both men and women preferred more educated partners, but women had a much stronger preference because it relates to socioeconomic long-term security. Understand? In other words, all things equal, a man with a master's degree is about twice as likely to get a match than a man with a bachelor's degree. Perhaps something to keep in mind if you are interested in obtaining a graduate degree or are active. Okay, so thanks, Rob Henderson, for explaining that we all got to have master's degrees, and that will up our game, right? You don't have to look like Justin Waller, just have a master's degree. Mwahaha. Where'd it go? There we go. All you need is a master's degree, right? No, you don't. And I'll tell you why. Because we also have this data set over here, which is what I was just referring to. And that is, where'd it go? share the screen. And this is the other Quillette article that I have. This is from Men Behaving Badly. Now, she quotes, and by the way, she pulls this out of her ass too, but she quotes an old data set, which I've quoted on several occasions. And like, I try to stay as current on my data as I possibly can. The OkCupid stats and the number she was using is from a book called Dataclysm, and I have used that on several occasions, and people keep referring back to that. That's kind of old data. And honestly, you should go with more recent data because it's a lot more damning than that other stuff. So here's the other one. Let's see, where'd it go? There you are. All right, so this is Professor David Buss, who she was shitting on before, and Rob Henderson, once again, is writing about this. This was last year, April 30th, 2021, just so you know, that's how recent it was. Now, what Rob is doing is he's like sort of, he's doing a book review on When Men Behave Badly. That was David Buss's book in 2021. I read this book. I'll explain to you, I'll opine on that here in a little bit. Okay. There it is. Okay, I already highlighted it. Okay, because the increased risk women carry, this is why women are the vulnerable sex. They are the incubators of the next generation. Got it? They tend to be choosier about their partners. Okay? It's not because they can be choosier because they have, Instagram. Trust me, your great-great-grandmother was still very, very just as choosy as you were, young lady. However, she didn't have Tinder. She didn't have Bumble. She didn't have Hinge. She didn't have any of that shit. Okay? So hypergamy existed long before the internet. All right. They tend to be choosier about their partners. In contrast, men are less discerning. Studies of online dating, for example, find that most men find most women to be at least somewhat attractive. In contrast, women on average view 80% of men as below average in attractiveness. This is not from Dataclysm. This is from the recent 2020 research of Dr. David Buss. Okay. So we've got these other ones here. Science Direct. He's got these linked in here. I'll give these to you later on. Another study found that on Tinder, men liked more than 60%. This is the quotes that she's putting out there. She's mixing data sets is what she's done. The quote that she pulled out about, that I use quite a bit, by the way, is the 60/80/20/4.5%. Right. She's bringing that up. But she thinks that the only reason that exists is because women are much more choosy because they're afraid of getting like sexually assaulted, or they're worried about sex offenders on Tinder. No, they're not. I'm not saying that they're not, that's not an issue. Maybe it is. But the thing is that the hypergamy doesn't exist because of that. It existed long before the internet, right? That's women's nature has been around for a very long time. Now, the other part here, what she's talking about is she's trying to compare, like when Tim Pool was quoting the OkCupid data, that's when we were still kind of in our infancy in all of this. Remember, we went from online forums, dating forums, to online services like eHarmony, OkCupid, Plenty of Fish, Match.com. That's when we used to type in. We took the time to go and type in these really, complicated profiles about ourselves. And now it's just simply, it's down to this. As I've said before, it's light, left. Now, what's funny is she's going to show this to you here in just a second. In fact, this is it. Let's just throw this.
Women are more likely to have their guards up when swiping and chatting. So this causes men to get less matches on the ladies that they're swiping right on.
Okay. Men are always going to swipe right they're always going to approve of a woman more than women because they're playing the odds. They're trying to cover all the numbers, right? What does that mean? Playing all the numbers is a gambling reference. Sorry, I worked in casino marketing for a while. Playing all the numbers, right? So I'm sure you guys understand that. It's like roulette, right? If you want to win at roulette, you cover all the numbers, right? You have a bet on every last one of them, and you're sure you're going to win, or you cover the fields, whatever, like that. That's essentially what guys try to do. They spam approaches, they cover the numbers. So it's just like, whoop, 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 whoop. This is funny.
And the men are getting annoyed that they're getting less matches because this leads to less of a chance that they'll find someone that they like. To them, this just becomes a numbers game, so they start swiping right on more and more and more women, and the women start to realize that whoever they swipe right on, they're quite likely to get a match with them. And because they don't want too many unsolicited pictures of male genitalia taken with a pissy toilet bowl in the background to deal with, they start being...
Remember, this is an aside, I apologize. Remember when I told you like beta males will always find an inventive way to solve their reproductive problem? Those little machines that were like, flipping and a hot dog. All those things. That's exactly what I'm talking about, right? Oh, how do I get laid? Oh, I just have to spam approaches. Well, I don't want to sit here all day and swipe right on all of these things. I'm going to get creative and create this machine with a piece of sushi or whatever that, like, you know, going and doing those things, right? Now imagine this. Imagine you hire some Chinese spam company to go and do that for you, to spam your approaches. Why would you even bother with that, right? I mean, you'd probably figure out somehow to do it. But that's how important reproductive success is to beta males, right? You want to talk about monogamy? Those guys who you're like, oh, this is funny. Look at these assholes, like just like spamming swipe rights, right? Yeah, they have to, because they know the odds are not in their favor. Because statistically speaking, they're not going to get picked. They're sure shit not going to have. They're not in that 4.5% that are going to get, initiated with. That's not going to happen with them. So let's create a machine that will do that. That's what I mean. Beta males get inventive because they want reproductive success.
More picky, confident that this won't matter because they'll still get a lot of matches anyway. As the women get more picky, the men get less and less picky. It's a negative feedback loop.
Or they were already picky before Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, and all that other shit happened.
It's not real life. Another stat that Red Pill seems to ignore.
It is real life, dear. This is real life. Got it? Moving on.
80% of users on Tinder are male and 20% are female.
Trust me, we don't ignore that at all.
The bad experiences are causing women to leave the apps altogether.
Yeah, well, they're not leaving Instagram. That's for goddamn sure. In fact, every time we said, why would you not delete your Instagram if you had a boyfriend? What about the soft launch? Let's talk about the soft launch phenomenon. Oh, they're leaving the app. Okay, well, what are they doing? Because clearly they're still having sex. I mean, if you go and you look at the GSS studies, you can see that they're still fucking. So, they're leaving the app. Okay, well, what are they doing? Are they meeting guys in clubs? Yeah. Well, how are they facilitating that? Probably Instagram. That's how.
This means that there are women out there, guess what, in real life, who are single and want to meet somebody, not on a dating app. From the incel perspective,
unfortunately, the stats don't agree with you, Puddin'.
Women are hypergamous, calculating, and uncaring as they...
No, they're not. They are interested in, they have a opportunistic perspective when it comes to mating. You just said they're most picky. That's opportune. That's the definition of opportunism right there. They're looking for the bigger and better deal. You're basically making the case for hypergamy in all of this.
Leverage emerging technology in the pursuit of the ideal masculine partner while maximizing the resources they yield from orbiters. Women are also simultaneously sexual commodities, which can be quantitatively evaluated.
Yes, they can, because women do the same thing for men. I love it when women say, oh, we're sexually objectified. And meanwhile, they're like stripping off their clothes at every time they want some sort of attention, right? Well, that sounds very incel. Well, it's true, because at every freaking protest, the first thing women do is take their clothes off. They always get naked. Got that? Because they realize on some level of consciousness that their sexuality is their only agency. We know that. They know that. This isn't rocket science here.
Subject to market distortions or be unfairly distributed. Here, incels doubly deny women their humanity, as women are...
Are they incels or are they red pill? We have yet to clarify that.
Manipulative when acting and overpriced when objectified. While incels' observations are accurate, their explanations for these observations are grounded in a reductive and dehumanizing descriptions of both men and women.
Have you ever heard a more gamma male outline of hypergamy? I mean, technically they're not wrong, but they're breaking it down to a point where it's like, it doesn't, like that to me, like I understand the empiricism behind that, but I understand that women who lead with emotion, and they're for like, remember instinct, emotion, reason, or instinct, reason, and emotion. When women lead with emotion, that doesn't sound very right. That's like, stop trying to convince me that you're the one that I should fuck.
All of a sudden, communism doesn't sound so bad to these guys when it means the equal distribution of getting your dick wet. Another graph that they love to point.
Wow, that sounds an awful lot like monogamy, right? Well, we all have an equal chance of getting our dick wet. Well, it seems pretty good idea then. We all be monogamous. Here's a question for you, chat. Is monogamy communism?
Two is this one, which shows that almost a third of men are now reporting no sex in the last year. But zooming out and looking at the rest of this data that this graph comes from, it shows that the amount of men sleeping with over 3 women in the last year is still more than the amount of women doing the same.
Yes, because those are the alpha males. Do you not understand that concept? That's why this exists. Oh man, let's keep going with this. This is great.
On the whole, men are still being more promiscuous than women.
Yes, the top 4.5%, the Justin Wallers of the world. Sorry, I keep picking on you, Justin. Yes. You're only making the case. You're like reinforcing the case.
Which doesn't track with the 80% of women sleeping with all of the Chads theory. The data.
Yes, it does. Because in none of that data does it say who they're fucking. It just says that they're fucking. How do I know that? Well, let's look a little bit further, because this is the data set that she doesn't want to show you that is also part of the GSS studies. Now, this is the one. Well, hold on. This is the one she just showed a second ago. And yes, this is one wheat waffles and the rest of these incels and these black pill doomers will throw out there. What she's ignoring is the fact that women are still having a slight uptick since 2008. Got it. Men, on the other hand, are not getting laid. And male virginity, this is the other data set that from that same general social survey study that she doesn't want to share with you. The share of men under the age of 30 who report 0 female sex partners since they turned 18. 27. Wow, that's fucking astronomical, don't you think? Does that track with this? I know what it does track. It tracks with this. American men's share of college enrollment and share of 18 to 30-year-olds reporting no sex in the past year. Oh, look, it tracks almost exactly with the enrollment rate of 60-40 for women and 40% for guys, right? You have to look at data sets in total, not in just individuals, okay? And then now let's look at this, the total here. Share of men and women between ages 18 and 30 reporting no sex in the past. Okay, we already looked at that one. This is the one. Lack of sex is driven mainly by the young. We can also look at the numbers, by the way, for the 50 to 59 cohort. We can look at the 40-49, 30-39. But we look at the 18 to 29, and this generation, your generation, dear, SpongeBob and iCarly generation, you guys ain't getting after it. But you know who is more than the other? It's women that you just made the case. So if, and this is like a conservative estimate here, that's a 28 and 18. That's a 10% difference right there. That's 10% more men are not getting laid. And then this right here ought to show you they're not getting laid at all. So it's not just, in the last year, this is like at all. Okay. Since they turned 18. And remember, this goes all the way share of men under the age of 30. So it's 30 down to 18. So how does that track with your bullshit theory? Like you basically just stated that women are fucking the top guys. They're banging the guys who are the 4.5%ers, or at least the 20%ers. You're pretty much backing up everything that has been said about this because you conveniently forget about those other stats that are part of the GSS study.
Would suggest to me that women still want relationships with men, but men are increasingly attempting to leverage the dating apps for hookups, but are ending up more lonely than they were before.
No, that's not. How the fuck do you follow with that? How do you not? Yeah, I'll tell you how you know, because you're anything that is unflattering to the female nature is always going to, like, it doesn't even enter into the head. It's not even an afterthought. It's not even a concept that's even considered. Here's you want to know what the data is? The data shows women want hot guys. They want to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party. We're saying, you want to know why poly is even considered right now? It's because women have access to it. Why is it that the divorce rate is so high, or it's low now, but it spiked after hormonal birth control? Why? Why is the marriage rate at 5.1%? Why are we getting married later and later in life, which also tracks right around 29, 30, 31 years old? Why? Because, my biological clock is ticking? Horse shit. It's because of shit like this. I'll tell you. Here we go. Let's look at where it is. Oh, you wanted me to debunk the emotionality? When women thought a man was single, 59% of them found him attractive. But when they thought he was in a committed relationship, 90% of them found he was attractive. Single women were more interested in poaching an attached man than pursuing a single man. I just work here, man. Sex differences in emotionality, with women scoring substantially higher, were larger in wealthy and gender egalitarian countries, replicating a well-known pattern. Sounds like women lead with their emotions, does it not? Does to me. And where's that? I wanted to. Oh, you know what? I'll just say it. Why is it that egg freezing and what I'm now calling abortion passports from companies, why is that appealing? Why does that seem like why is that socially acceptable right now? Right? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because what it does is it prolongs the idea in women that they have got more time on the clock than they actually do. That's why. Oh, we want relationships. Yeah, you do after 28, 29. So you're basically making the.
In short, guys, gals, and NBs, try opening yourself up to experiences which will help you meet people in real life.
That will eventually send you to their Instagram to see if you're cool enough. But Instagram is Instagram is the #1 dating app on planet Earth. Not Tinder, not Hinge, not Bumble. It's Instagram. Oh, let's go meet. I'm all for it. I 100% agree with her at this. Guys, you should make direct approaches. You should meet girls and do like I think you're at a much more like tactical advantage when you are gaming women live in real time, when you are actually talking to them and you're developing some sort of rapport with them. Yes, absolutely. And you know what's going to happen? It's not about, oh, let me get your phone number. It's follow me on Instagram so I can see if you're cool enough. That is exact. And what happens? They go right back to the Tinder dynamic. It's all about perception. Remember, when I told you guys about this, when I was talking about like the difference between, say, Match.com and eHarmony and all that other crap, it's gone from typing a really insightful profile about ourselves for dating to oh, cool, not cool, cool, not cool, cool, not cool, right? It's all perception. It's all image, which women love. Like, oh, he's hot. Okay, I'll go for him. Oh, he looks like Jason Momoa. Great. Oh, he looks like a fat dude with a fat ginger with looks like Owen Cook. I will guarantee you that guy met her live in real time. Guaranteed.
Make friends with people of all genders more. Talk to people.
All genders? You mean both genders?
Even if you don't find them attractive, because who knows, they could even introduce you to other people you may end up being intimate partners with, or maybe you've just found a new.
That dude looks pretty alpha to me. I don't know. I mean, that guy looks like he would be in Hustler University. Funny how she chose this stock footage to explain this part.
New friend. It's about self-improvement, exercising your social muscle, and fighting that inner goblin that just wants to stay inside playing Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. So essentially what we've been talking about in the manosphere for almost 20 years now. You're basically endorsing the same message that we've been talking about for 20 fucking years. What is your problem with the manosphere? If that's what your advice, what we should do is all of that. Improve ourselves. Why don't you come and teach a class? Come on down, girl. Why not? Because you make more money off of fucking with people. That's why. Let's see what we got here. I am almost done. I promise. I'm gonna shuffle on because I want to get to. I will be remiss if I do not talk about the part where she.
Is that what you kids are playing nowadays?
Go outside and touch.
The men entering the dating market now have never experienced it without dating apps being involved.
No, well, yes and no, but also they've never experienced it without Instagram. Phoebe.
This is a problem. The prevalence of our culture in society makes this dating app's negative feedback loop.
Okay, now she's going to get into the R culture, which she means rape culture, which I'll say because we're at the 3-hour mark. Once again, I'm not gonna bother debunking all this bullshit because I already did this. We talked about this in the past. She even uses some examples of the shit that me and Myron talked about. We thoroughly debunked this, the rape culture. And I'm just going to leave you with this part. I'm not going to get into this section here simply because I've already done this video. And then second of all, when you make something, when you say culture and you put culture at the end of any word, it makes it endemic, and that's exactly what she's trying to do. So we're going to keep going on here. Let's see. I want to keep going. Like, when did that dude become like a fucking, is this it? I'm trying to think where she, oh wait, I have it set up. Oh, sorry. It's 141. My bad. I wanted to get to, I'll be remiss if I don't do this. She comes at all these people. She comes at Fresh and Fit. Most of this stuff is just bullshit, but I do want to put this, the only thing new that she's talking, I love how she goes after John Anthony in this. Maybe I'll just throw this on.
Begging for employees.
Onto HB8 and using specific techniques like BHRR to surpass her UFEAs. But now Owen has rebranded.
Doesn't he look like this dude? Does he not look like this guy? Like, let's compare. Let's compare the two of these two. Here we go. Could I do these side by side? I might be able to. Okay. That looks a lot like the dude. I'm just saying. Maybe not exactly, but wow. Oh, that's better. There we go. Damn, if Owen had a brother, you know what he looks like? He looks like what's the lead singer from Mastodon? He looks like that dude. I can't remember his name now off the top of my head. But Owen's a creep, right?
Look to a bearded man with dog tags, cleavage, and serial killer glasses, and
really
rebranded his grift, trying to separate from the Tyler Durden persona that he created. Now he runs 2 YouTube channels.
That looks an awful lot like your beau. Just saying.
Where he sort of shouts at the camera for 2 hours, trying to get vulnerable men to sign up for his free confidence.
Well, clearly he's gotten past, let's see, he's been successful at this grift for a long time. Very much like the dude in your Instagram shots, perhaps?
Course, which will also make you really rich, but it's not convincing enough to be able to get men to stay on his stream for more than a second, unless he has a woman sat next to him in lingerie. He's clearly still aiming for the same demographic.
I agree. Keep going.
The free tour, of course, is just a heavily pressured sales pitch to get people to pay as much as possibly can be squeezed out of them for the full course. Don't you just love it when audio files get corrupted? Let's try.
Oh my God.
Try the last bit of this video again.
You're going to need it. You need an editor. You need a tech person.
And Julian, after announcing that he had transformed himself through meditations, training, and an insane amount of
all right. So, yes, I agree with all this shit, especially about the fat kid.
As possible, while you use your platform to constantly bitch and whine about other men who are actually selling the exact same product you are. You can pay $497 for his course. Here he is with some women he's filmed without their consent, so Lord only knows what else he's up to. His other course, the Leads Machine, is $697. This is his guide to navigating women like an NPC dialogue tree. Women literally only want one thing, and that's being spoken to like she's Siri. This guy loves his flowcharts. His USP is that he used his hyper-analytical skills and engineering background to develop the most efficient, tried and tested dating system on the planet.
One thing you're missing, though, münecat. Can I add something to that? He's also confirmed to having fucked 4 transsexual guys, men. And hey, $20 is $20, right? You should have picked up on that, man. That would have been the icing on the cake for that one, but keep going.
Sure, dude. Even the star of VH1's 90s show, The Pickup Artist, Mystery, was far from a well-adjusted alpha male.
Yes, and everyone in the Red Pill has talked about this ad infinitum.
A man who goes by only one name.
Okay, this is like dated ass shit. So let me explain something to you. This VH1 special was like what, 2008, 2007? Maybe it was what? Somebody tell me when the pickup artist was a thing. Now, I already know that when the stuff that was going on in the game that Neil Strauss wrote, that Neil Strauss published the game in 2005. So all the shit that happened in that book happened between 2002 and 2005. Okay. Got that. All this shit right here. If this is if mystery is your impression of what the modern pickup artist is today, or what game is today, or what the red pill is today, or what the manosphere is today, you are stuck 18 years in the past. When he was doing this, in all likelihood, you were watching iCarly. You were watching The Sweet Life with Zach and Cody. You were probably watching Playhouse Disney or some shit like that while he was doing this. This is why shit is dated. It's almost like me saying, like I can remember, like when I was I was growing up in the 80s, like, man, how old does she think she is? Let's just say, like, when I was 18, for somebody to say to me, hey, you know what would be really cool is if we went back in time to the 50s and we started like playing Frankie Valli songs, right? That's exactly what she's talking about. That 20 years in the past, like that would be cool. Let's start playing old hippie music. Let's do folk music like Bob Dylan, right? That's what that would have been like. But you would have called me, like, my friends would have said I was an idiot for talking about shit like that 20 years ago. That's not hip. That's not now. And I know that. But because we have the internet and we can go back in time and we can say, this is what's really going on. No, it's not. And we've talked about this before. If you knew anything about the manosphere, if you knew anything about the red pill, you would already know this.
Mystery.
He invented
those clips are almost 18 years old, I would argue.
Concept of peacocking, which is dressing in bold statement clothing.
I want to push on because she's just going to keep prattling on about PUAs. Oh boy, that was a good one. Okay, here's it.
Bitter, profane, lesbianic sort of feminism.
The manosphere also loves these evolutionary psychologists that have fancy sounding qualifications such as Dr. David Buss.
Doctor, that's a fancy sounding, gosh, where did they pull that one out of their asses? Doctor? Holy shit.
He hops around podcasts talking about his theory.
Doctor?
Theories about the evolutionary reasons that women and men act the way they do in courtship.
Women go for good genes, cues to good genes in the short term, and cues to resources in the long term. Affairs are one way in which women divest themselves of a cost-inflicting partner or a partner who things aren't working out well with, and it's a way to either transition back into the mating market or to trade up in the mating market.
And it appears as if it's based on scientific fact, but when you look into the research of this nature, it's often been debunked, or the methodology.
Where? Show me where. Show me where it has been debunked, because I'm about to ruin your fucking day, okay? Show me where. Come at me. You want to debate? I'll be happy to have you on, especially on this topic right here. We'll rip you to shreds on this one. Everything you say in this is just absolute speculation and bullshit.
Technology is wildly flawed, but it doesn't matter to these guys, as long as they're getting funding for their...
Okay, again, bad debating. She's bringing essentially what this is straw manning. Okay, she's saying, oh, this is all bullshit, and you should take my word for it.
Research and getting publicity on podcasts because they're backing up think tank theories on what they think should be the way the female mind works.
Trust me, there are no think tank theories when it comes to evolutionary psychology, and in particular, how evolutionary psychology relates to intersexual dynamics. In fact, these guys walk a very fine tightrope in that respect, okay? Because they will lose their tenureship for putting anything out there or trying to publish anything that doesn't get thrown down a memory hole that is unflattering to female nature. They know this. That's why you get like a guy like, I've said this before, guys like David Buss frustrate the fuck out of me. Same thing as Jordan Peterson, obviously, but like also like Jeffrey Miller frustrates the hell out of me. Dr. Steven Pinker frustrates the hell out of me. The only one who has not frustrated me is probably Steve Stewart Williams. That's why I use him quite a bit. All right. He tries to stay objective. All of these guys have to be out there. They have to keep their names out there because that's the nature of the hustle economy. That's number one. Second of all, Dr. David Buss has been doing this longer than you've been alive. He's been doing this. He's been talking about evolutionary psychology. He's been doing what he's been doing, I think, for 40 years, 35 at the very least. He is the teacher of God's sod, for fuck's sake. Okay, so he's been doing this for quite some time. It's not just some fancy title that they throw out, Dr. David Buss. He has a fucking history at this. And you're going to try to dismiss this. And the reason why you're trying to dismiss this is because it doesn't lock in with your ego investments in what you think ought to be out there according to female nature. That's why. You think it's biological determinism and these guys don't know what they're talking about. I'm going to explain to you here in just a second. I'm going to let her finish.
Career is in the bag. His only job is to keep backing up their worldview with a...
No, he has to walk a very fine line. His latest book is called Men Behaving Badly. The reason for that is because he's taken all these data sets. He's got these mounds of forensic evidence that shows women's nature, and yet he turns it around and says it's men do better. That's really what that book, I struggled to get through that book because most of that data set, I'm looking at it through like a red pill lens. But he interprets it. He has the data points, right? He has all the dots, right? I always say I connect dots. He connects all those dots in a way that keeps him in the fucking, like, in college. He's not worried about that. He's not worried about, like, backing up a worldview. Get the fuck out of here. Are you out of your mind? Just expressing what he expresses, he could lose his job. For saying that there's any kind of difference between men and women, like there's some fundamental biological differences. That's why James Damore got fired from Google. That's why that one, and I can't remember the dude's name, but that very infamously, this guy, I want to say it was 2016, declared something in his, as you know, in as measured a tone as he possibly could, that men and women are different, or that maybe statistically speaking, enrollment wise, men tend to be more rational. They tend to be more into mathematics. They tend to be more grounded. They tend to be more into things, and women tend to be more into people. Dr. Steven Pinker, I can point you to dissertation after dissertation on college campuses where he's saying there are differences, fundamental biological differences between men and women. And you know what he has to do at the end of that? He has to say, but I'm a feminist, so here's the silver lining to all this. He has to walk a very fine line. And for you to even say this is like the height of fucking disingenuousness.
Scientific flair. I've not found one morsel of hard evidence for the differences between male and female behavior.
Wrong. There's 35. How about you go do this, young lady? Go look at the work of Marty Hazelton. Over the course of, I don't know, probably 30 years now. She is, I believe she's the department head for evolutionary psychology at UCLA. I think she's still there. But go look at her work. Look at Gangstad's work. Look at Jeffrey Miller's work. Look at David Buss's work. Look at Steve Stewart Williams. Here's an easy one. Here's an easy read for you. Go read The Ape That Understood the Universe. It's actually pretty entertaining, by Steve Stewart Williams. There is so much research. It's like there's so many articles. Like, I don't even know where to begin. But the fact is she's just being very dismissive of this because she doesn't want it to be true. That's why.
There are physical, biological differences between hormones and brain structure, but no conclusions as to how these actually affect actions.
Wrong. I'm about to fuck up your world. You ready for it? Here we go. Here's how here's how we fuck up your actions. Got it? These are the 4 laws of behavioral genetics, okay? Nature versus nurture, that argument is now dead, okay? The first law, all traits are partially heritable. Identical twins reared apart are more similar than fraternal twins reared apart, who are more similar than non-relatives reared apart. Second law, the effect of the genes is larger than the effect of the shared environment. That kills your social constructionism horseshit that your entire ego and your personality is deeply invested in. By adulthood, identical twins reared together are little or no more similar than identical twins reared apart. Got it? Ditto for adopted siblings. Law 3. A lot of variance in behavioral traits isn't attributable to either genes or a shared environment. Identical twins reared together, shared genes plus shared environment aren't identical. Law 4, and this is probably the most controversial. Most complex traits are shaped by many genes of small effect. This is where you kick out the blank slate, you kick out social constructionism, you kick out the legs of emotionalism, and everything you have invested in your own personality dies. There are no common genes that increase or decrease IQ by, say, 5 points, but there are hundreds, even thousands of genes that increase or decrease IQ by a tiny fraction of a point. That is the 4 laws of behavioral genetics. Oh, that sounds very fancy. I don't understand what you're talking about. There's no real evidence to that. Oh, well, really? Let's keep going.
This man talks about is conjecture based on his theories predicated on the shaky knowledge of how humans survived thousands of years ago. We even have a name for this. It's called a just so story, an untestable narrative explanation for a cultural practice, a biological trait, or behavior of humans or other animals. It is impossible to test Dr. David Buss's theories controlling for socialization. That's what makes...
No, that is absolutely 100% false and empirically provably false. Here we go. Ready for this? Let me take her out. Ready for this? Because Steve Stewart Williams covers exactly this in The Ape That Understood the Universe. Here we go. And this is in defense of evolutionary psychologists. She just brought this up. Evolutionary psychologists sit around spinning just so stories about traits we already know we have, and then conclude that their stories are true based on solely on the surface plausibility. This is a recipe for scientific disaster because you can make up a plausible sounding adaptationist story about anything. Ready? Here we go. This is not my words. I'm just reporting the news here. It's probably fair to say that evolutionary psychologists sometimes accept adaptionist hypotheses on insufficient evidence. I'll say more about this soon. However, to suggest that the entire field consists of nothing more than just so storytelling is unfair. Evolutionary psychologists start with just so stories, also known as hypotheses, but they then go out and test their hypotheses and publish their findings in peer-reviewed journals. In doing so, they convert the just so stories into tentatively accepted or rejected scientific claims. This isn't an occasional exception to the just so story rule. There are literally thousands of published empirical studies in evolutionary psychology. And by the way, that's not just limited to intersexual dynamics. There are other branches of evolutionary psychology that no one has a problem with. They only have a problem when it comes down to whether or not something's unflattering to female nature, or that there even is a female nature in the first place. Okay. It's also worth pointing out that all scientific hypotheses are just so stories before they're tested. Why do people only level the criticism at evolutionary hypotheses? In most cases, it's purely because they've heard other people doing it, like you dumb bitch. They're parroting a criticism that's been bouncing around since the sociobiology controversy first ignited it back in the 1970s. Back then, in the early days of the field, the criticism had some merit. Today, though, it's simply outdated. Certainly, you can make up adaptionist explanations for pretty much anything, but you can make up a sociocultural explanations for pretty much anything too. Meaning it could be, the explanations could be biological, or you can make up explanations that are that back up social constructionism. Got it? Why should the sociocultural explanation win by default? Well, I'll tell you, Steve, it's because dumb bitches like this are rooted and mired in a feminine gynocentric social order that they get to define what is correct and what is not. Now, furthering, I hope I've made it clear that I don't think that evolutionary psychology is perfect. It's not, but many of the criticisms leveled at the field are simply misguided. Critics who rail against status quo bolstering, genetic determinism, and just so storytelling are like the crazy person in the bus shelter fighting with a sparring partner who isn't really there. They've invented their own evolutionary psychology and are arguing loudly. Sorry, I lost my place. Arguing loudly with that. Unfortunately, onlookers might not always realize the crazy person is fighting an imaginary foe and might mistake the critic's version of evolutionary psychology for the real deal. That's why it's important to tackle these criticisms, which is what I'm doing right here. It has to be said that that it is a rather frustrating task, no matter how often the criticisms are refuted. They keep coming back from the dead, like zombies in a B movie. Here's how the evolutionary psychologist Robert Kurzban summed up this situation. Critics assert that evolutionary psychologists are wrong in believing behavior is genetically determined and that every aspect of the organism is an adaptation, and that discovering what is informs should be. Evolutionary psychologists reply that they've never made any of these claims, and the document places where they claim precisely the reverse. The critics then reply that evolutionary psychologists are wrong in believing behavior is genetically determined, that every aspect of the organism is an adaptation, and that discovering what is informs what should be. That's what this is. When you get down to belief versus emotional, believers versus empiricism, you're having an argument between what is and what should be. Fighting the evolutionary psychologist's corner is like weeding out the garden or cutting the head off the hydra. It's like the Nietzschean eternal recurrence or pushing Sisyphus's rock up the hill again and again forever. And it's a pain in the butt, but it is worth the. But is it worth the effort? But it is worth the effort. Why? Simple. Because evolutionary psychologists are right. More precisely, they've taken big steps in the right direction. And that's why, in the end, they're going to win the argument. I've heard Gad Saad address the just so criticisms as well. You have to remember that when we're talking about logic and debate and all this other stuff, as I was saying before, when we're looking at logical fallacies, which is why I was throwing this stuff out here, you got to remember a lot of this stuff. Well, let's see, what was this? Avoiding to have to engage in criticism. Okay, that's when women. That's when you like get the no, I know you are, but what am I kind of thing. But when we're looking at there it is, straw manning. When we're looking at straw manning, we're misrepresenting that argument to make them easier to attack. She clearly has no idea what she's talking about, because otherwise she wouldn't be bringing up just so reasoning. This is a very common criticism of evolutionary psychology that has been addressed for 20, 25 years now. And the fact that she's coming back to this as her only defense only shows me that this is where her insecurities lie, that this is where she doesn't want it to be true. She doesn't want any of this to be a valid argument, because if it is, it forces her to reconsider her own personality. It forces her into reconsidering whether or not her, Wokesy ideology or her understanding of gender and sex, and it forces her, it paints her into a corner, and believers don't like to be painted into a corner. Okay, I'll let her finish.
Thing he says, in my opinion, a just so story.
Okay, that's like your opinion, chick. You are wrong. Your opinion is wrong. You know how they say everybody's entitled to their own opinion? No, not if your opinion is wrong. Your opinion is factually, empirically wrong. You have to reassess your opinions. You have to look at this stuff. You're forced to look at this stuff. If you want to keep your head in the sand like an ostrich, then fine, go right ahead. But don't come at me, and don't come at the manosphere, and don't come at guys who have been doing this for a very long time, who could just run you over the coals if they wanted to. They wouldn't even take the time to do this. You think Dr. David Buss would give two shits about you? No, he's not going to give you the time of day. I will, probably against my better judgment. But your just so argumentation is horseshit. Gad Saad even said this. He said, "You know what? I'm sick of the just so argument." There's in Ape That Understood the Universe, there's a whole section at the end of it talking about the criticisms of evolutionary psychology, and he goes one by one of the most common ones. I think there's like 10, and this was like number 6, I think. So in your opinion is fucking worthless, because these guys have already addressed this, and you're not addressing the actual factual claims that they're making, because you don't know debate.
I think he has the right to speak of his theories in the context of them being a theory, but
how about the results of those theories? Does he get the right to talk about those?
How he can go around speaking with such confidence of the evolutionary reasons women go for bad boys is
because he's been doing it for 30 some odd years and has the research to back it up. Well, I would love to see what your opinion is on Marty Hazelton. She's female and comes to pretty much the same conclusion. She's a contemporary with him.
Is beyond me, yet his academic prowess allows him to appear as if he's just speaking facts and logic.
I see. So it's okay if we look at other studies that are facts and logic, but if we can appeal to authority, using the opinion or position of an authority or institution of authority in place of an actual argument. So in this case, this is a reversal of an appeal to authority. Well, he's got this fancy title called doctor on the front of his name, and should we really think he's really good because of that? Yeah, no, he's been doing this for 30 years, but this is just like his opinions. No, he's relating experimental data. And if you would just simply crack a fucking book and read this shit and understand what he's talking about. Like the problem with the dumb bitches like this and like Emma Thorne and the rest of these girls who are coming out at the manosphere right now, they have nothing. And hopefully I don't have to do this again. I don't really want to do this again.
Does not. Guess what? He's speaking his feelings.
No, he's speaking facts and data. But if you can convince your followers that he is making an emotional feels before reals argument, then he falls into then he's easier to understand. As I've said before, whenever you're having an emotionalist argument versus an empiricist argument, an empirical argument, whenever it's believers versus empiricists, and she's a believer, right? If you can't refute the facts, if you can't refute the data that's right there in front of your fucking eyes, if you can't refute the interpretation of that data, you know what you do? Who hurt you? What you just said right now is who hurt you? It's just another variation of it. It's a reframe because you can't win an empirical argument with emotionalism. Likewise, you will never win an emotionalist argument with empiricism. You can only be in one realm or the next. And so what happens is believers like her, emotionalists like her, want to drag you from your empirical argument into her emotional frame. And if there's enough people and the mob of emotionalists agree with it, look at all my friends, they all agree with me, you must be wrong. That's basically what it's boiling down to. It's not an emotional. Everything he says that comes out of his mouth is empirical.
The only subgroup of the manosphere that's purporting to work for actual progress for men's issues is the men's rights activists.
No, I don't even want to talk about men's rights activists because they are stupid enough to like employ feminists who use them as a springboard for their own personal brands. Now, I'm done. Now, I didn't get to 90% of this. Well, I'm saying probably another half of this video. I could do 2 videos on this, but I'm simply not going to do so because there was really no reason for me to do this. Everything she has in here is factually untrue. Everything is emotion. Everything is opinion. Everything is fudged. No, it's fuzzy math. It's fudged data sets. Trying to look at what else I had here that I wanted to get to before the end of this. I will get to your super chats. I promise you guys. I thought what was probably the most interesting in all of this, of course, was the 50 Shades of Grey that she just they simply never want to talk about that shit. The fact is, the numbers are that, you know, women want this shit. I mean, there's so I get this all the time. Like, and I noticed this because that hack job, irrational male book that everybody seems to think is like has something to it. Every specious argument that she's made in here is all in that book too. Rollo doesn't have any data. He's relying on evolutionary psychology. Yeah, because it has some validity to it and it's empirical. And you know what? Even if it's wrong, it asks the right questions. Questions that people don't want to answer. I mean, I got other shit here too. Let's see what else I got here. Oh, this one pretty good. No, not that one. I wanted to get to the just so argument, but I have some other ones here like that. Man, you guys have to read like Ape That Understood the Universe. I will get to you guys' comments. I promise. Here, hang on one second. Let me back up. So anyways, I probably should have stopped in the middle of this, but again, this is a very lengthy, I'm trying to do a breakdown of an hour and 35-minute video here. And I'm not feeling really good right now either. My voice is a little cracked. I was actually doing backup vocals not too long ago because I'm a failed musician, remember? This is a professional musician.
Till you stop talking about Merkle trees. He said, we're all gonna make it. I said, where's your Lambo? He said, not long now.
Okay, let's continue. I had to hear that. Now you do too. Oh, hey, good mother. Hello. Thanks, Rollo, for the thorough analysis of this feminine indoctrinated cretin. Hopefully she'll learn intellect or comedy aren't her lanes. Yeah, it's snarky. Snark is all. Whenever you hear snark, it's usually to cover the fact that they don't have their data set. I mean, it's one thing to be emphasize points, but it's another thing to like use it as some sort of way to color up the fact that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I guess Torsha left me. Torsha's going to be doing another breakdown of this. Hopefully she'll get to the middle part of this video. Tori, if you're still watching, do the middle part of this because I think I pretty much took care of the ending of this. That was actually the reason I wanted to do this video, was more or less the evolutionary psychology side of things, because like that is a common misconception. And okay, here we go. Start. All right, let's start with this. Rollo thinks he's a real life Thor. Ho arrogant. How arrogant can you get? Yes, I do. Let's see. Do I think I'm a Thor? How many people think I'm a Thor? I'm not Thor. Red Pill Thor is Thor. I'm not. I'm more like, where did it go? I'm more like Loki, don't you think? Like more like Loki. What do you think of that? Is that good? Oh, let me hide that. That was my new, this is, by the way, this is from my new photo shoot with Mike from Mike Tang. Mike Orangutan did a really good, bang up job. I'm using these from this is a set of probably about 24 shots that I'll be using for promo stuff this year. Anyways, I thought it was good. Oh, he looks like the Crypt Keeper. Okay. You win. I look like the Crypt Keeper. But you know who loves me? Sarah Davis. She loves me. All my groupies love me. Torsha loves me. Echo loves me. I haven't seen Echo in a while. One Man's Chorus says, would you agree that women's sexual freedom leads to low trust societies by rewarding low trust dark triad individuals with sex, thereby encouraging men to engage in low trust behavior? I would. I think there's a social aspect, by the way, No Man's Chorus. I think there's a social aspect to this. However, I think the reason why there's a social aspect is because there's a biological aspect to it is made manifest in society. Okay. So it's kind of like we like our base need for food, right? For hunger is, well, I got to go out. I got to kill something. I got to eat it, right? I got to consume something to have energy to go on living, right? How you go about doing that? That's the biological need. That's the biological reality. Well, some people have taken cooking to the sense that it's an art at this point, right? So societally speaking, ethnicity wise, nationality wise, Mexican food is different from Italian food, is different from sushi, is different from Mediterranean food, right? How do we, it's all based on hunger, but how we manifest that is different. So the fact that women prefer guys who have dark triad traits, I think that's part of the firmware. How it's expressed and how it's exacerbated or emphasized, or how it's limited, can be part of the society that it's in. In fact, we used to do that all the time. That's why we have pro-social laws and anti-social laws, right? Has the Aussie from your 5th book ever reached out? The Aussie? I'm trying to think which Aussie you're talking about. Not that I know of. By the way, the guy who did the cover for my book is Dave Laurel. I don't think he's an Aussie. Lord Panic, Rollo, slightly off topic. What are the variables in the years? Okay, I already got to you. Marriage, okay. Oh boy, get him in now. Punch away. Yeah, thank you for that. I gave you a Donna Marco already. Rash. If women are so scared, why are all the convents knocking them up? You tell me, man. I just work here. Sancho Bohemian. Damn, I don't even got my arts degree. I guess I got to keep getting jacked and juicy. Well, money muscles game. If muscles is where you go, play to your strengths, my friend. And Abdullah, Rollo, thank you for everything you do. How do you stop yourself from always trying to argue with blue pill people, and how do you deal with them if they matter to you? Okay, gosh, this is very I talk about this in my 5th book, which is the Player's Handbook. And in that, I talk about how unplugging guys from the matrix, and guys tend to want to be evangelized for the red pill once they sort of discover it. By the way, Robert Kiyosaki is starting to become a red pill evangelist. Thank you, Robert, for all of your hard work. But the thing is like, again, you have to treat the red pill as kind of like triage. You save the ones you can, and you read Last Rites to the Dying. It's dirty work. You will be resisted. In fact, you will be resisted more than you will be accepted. Excuse me. Bear that in mind. I know, I'm a little under the weather. My bad. It's actually not, I'm actually not sick. It's like, it's all upper respiratory. I think it's allergies. Whenever I come back from Miami, I kind of go through this phase where I have to like reacquaint myself to like my allergy belt or something here. How do you deal with them? The best way I have found, I'm just going to give you a quick suggestion here. The best way I found is Socratic method. You ask questions and lead the witness with those questions. And then you wait for your moments for those questions. So if something happens in society or family or friends and it's relatable to like a red pill perspective, then you ask questions of the people that you want to help and say, why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that women earn more money? Right? Have you read The Naked Ape by Disney? Yes, I have. I've also read was it Sex at Dawn and The Naked Bonobo too? Yes, I've read all those, by the way. Thank you. You are welcome, my friend. Here, you are so welcome. You get...
Give me a condom. I want to score twice. There's none left. Damn.
Rollo, is there any possibility she's a friend or related? I thought so. By the way, Mark, that was my first presumption. And then I apologize. I thought maybe she was connected with Anthony Johnson because a lot of the shit that she pulled out, she was doing like these really sketchy jump cuts of me. And then, of course, the old footage of me from Andrew Hale's interview. And like they always try to paint me in the worst possible light. And granted, I probably never should have done that interview. Certainly not in the condition I was in. And they're always going to like, everybody's going to dig back. Oh, hey, there you go. Dave Laro. Thank you. Dave Laro is the guy who did the cover. Go to davelaro.com, DAVELARO.com and buy his art. It is fantastic. In fact, I'm actually looking at a piece right now to buy. Who Hurt Dirty Hair? And Good Mother. I think I got to you already. I did. And I also, there's Sorrelita. It's in the chat as well. Keep going. Let's get rid of your comment. Go down one more, up a little bit. Here we go. Hi, Rollo. Do you think men fall out of the red pill? I think, let's put it this way. No guy falls out of the red pill. He just goes into denial. Problem with the red pill is there's no escape. You don't go back. You can't be plugged back into the matrix. Because I've had this question before. Guys will say, well, Rollo, I wish I didn't know this stuff. I was so much happier when I was, oblivious and stupid and ignorant to all this shit. And I understand the want anyways to go back to sort of the, idyllic time when you were innocent and you didn't know this shit, but you were like in a much worse position back then. And then also there's no escape. Once you put the red pill lens on, it doesn't come off. So you can deny it and go, no, I'm not, I don't see it, blah, 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 blah. But you're going to see it around the edges. It's just going to little by little. And so even the guys who deny the red pill they still see the truths in it. You don't say, once you're unplugged, you don't go back. Rollo, I can't stand her. I'm sorry. I apologize. What, you didn't like this? Come on. Oh, Jesus Christ. But I'm the failed musician. Okay. Rollo, I can't stand her. It's disrespectful of her to pretend to know better than people who study purely on the subject. And she's all over the place. She mix blue pill and red pill people at the same time. Yeah, she does. But that's what they're doing. And by the way, here we are at the end. I need to finally put this at the tag this onto the end of the show. And thank you for giving me that nice segue. One thing I'm noticing, and you probably are too, is that there is a trend for girls like this, young little girls, children like this, to want to come and speak authoritatively about the red pill. They want to I'm going to debunk the whole manosphere. I don't like doing these any more than you like having to go through them. I hope Tom can come up with some really good clips out of these. I think so. But the fact remains is that I feel like I'm the only one who can do these right now. And that's because first of all, there's people who won't do these. They could probably do them just as effectively as I could. Like Rich Cooper could have just ripped this bitch a new one, but he's not going to bother with her. And I understand why. I probably shouldn't have bothered with her either. But sometimes you have to make an example of people. Like I made an example of Emma Thorne this time last year, another Brit who looks like a 12-year-old boy. And as I said, I was looking at her Instagram. I mean, she's got no leg to stand on as far as who she's hanging out with, I don't know if that's her husband or whatever. I don't know how old she is. I don't care how old she is. But the fact remains, thank you, Dirty Mike. I don't care. And this will probably be the last one of these that I do. I did a takedown video or a rebuttal reaction video to Alex from Playing with Fire. And that was, I think it was August or September of last year when I just sort of like, he was just basically trying, again, it's ad hominem attacks and straw manning the positions that I have been talking about really since 2013. And no one has any like real empirical counter arguments to anything I've ever said, including her, because it all comes down to, well, in my opinion, it's all emotions. Of course it is, because that's the only frame of reference you have is emotions. You're from the feels before reals generation. What'd you say? I thought nobody could be worse than Michaela Peterson. Maybe they'll get together. By the way, I've got some dirt on Michaela Peterson, but I'm like, I'm probably not going to say anything about it. I think I know where it's going, but I'm just going to leave it alone. And if it comes to fruition, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, it's not looking good. Anyways, I want to make a few quick observations about all of this. Is the main reason why I wanted to talk about this is because I wanted to sort of throw out the evolutionary psychology is, I don't want to say it's the underpinning of the manosphere or the red pill, understanding of intersexual dynamics, but it certainly asks the right questions. See what I'm saying? So it's one thing to connect dots, but it's another thing to like say, well, what if? I can remember like I didn't get into it, but she got into the whole thing about rape culture and like how me and Myron went off on it. And pretty much all of her argument was just about like self-reporting. And so pretty much everything we covered in the rape culture episode I did with Myron, and we did a lot of fucking homework on that. So I don't feel like I need to reinvent the wheel with that. If you want to know what my response would be to that section, all you got to do is just go look at the one that we did. And this was back in August, by the way. I'm a bird. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I'm like, I got to at least touch on the evolutionary psychology side of things, because I have evolutionary psychologists who come at me. I like George or Jeff Miller. I like George Miller. I like Jeff Miller quite a bit. I just think he's wrong when it comes to poly, because he has a personal interest in being polygamous. That's what he is. He's a poly guy. So he's going to try to find ways to justify his position. And I came at him. I said, dude, you should know better than to like try to promote poly as some sort of lifestyle alternative, especially what you know about violence and poly and polyamory, right? You don't get past the especially the male jealousy response, but the human jealousy response, and better than that. Everything else he's talked about, I 100% agree with. I think he's a great guy when it comes to, he's a consummate statistician. He has some really good ideas, but the reason why he blocks me is because I said you're full of shit when it comes to poly, and that's really personal to him because he's like married to Dr. Diana Fleischman, who's also an evolutionary psychologist and a behavioral psychologist. And she's into poly too. So there's nothing I can really say. End of conversation. He's good. I'll read his research work. No problem. He's not going to talk to me anytime soon. Neither is Jordan Peterson going to talk to me because I asked the wrong questions. David Buss, if I got on a show with David Buss, the first thing I would do is say, you come with some great data. I would not say it's just so reasoning whatsoever, obviously. However, I think that you got the dots correct. I just think that you connecting the dots incorrectly, right? The data points are not correct. So anyways, I'm going to get out of here. If you want to see a continuation of this, by the way, I gave Torsha a bunch of my data sets. I should be giving them to her soon. We got a holiday weekend. I don't know when she's going to hit on this, but I know she's going to do a second part to her critique of this broad, right? What is her? Monkey cat, moon cat. This girl right here.
Scrolling through Discord looking for the next airdrop. He's fully immersed in a decentralized.
That telly is nice, though. I will get rid of that. Oh, well. I'm not a blues guy. I'm not a blues player. Seems like a lot of red pill debates right now is just fighting egos. Keep up the good work. I will do my very best to do that. And then, last but not least, I want to point out the fact that it's hip and it's trendy to come at the manosphere right now. I did... if you haven't seen him yet, I was in Dubai with, what's her name? Maz, M-A-Z Hakim, Hakim. Okay. She is like one of the #1 talk show hosts, I guess, in Dubai. She's on Virgin Atlantic, and I did about an hour and a half with her. If it's not out already, it will be very soon. I also did an interview. probably like 2.5 hours with Leah Heilpern, who is the Bitcoin girl, who I swooped away from Andrew Tate. I took his girl. I swooped in. Proof positive that game works. I took his bitch, and she's my new sister wife right now. She loves me more than Justin Waller, more than Sterling, and more than any of the Tate brothers. She loves it. We got something going on. We got a relationship. Keep. Yeah, that's what her name is. There it is. There you go. UAE. Oh, United Arab Emirates. Oh, and by the way, I wasn't joking about Abba. Abba, actually, there's a video floating around here that Abba likes to get milked. And apparently Anthony Johnson is coming at Jesse Lee Peterson for being a homosexual, a closeted homosexual. So I don't know who else is going to speak at 21 convention anymore, because it seems like they're dropping like flies. Yes, Tori is Torsha. Thank you very much. What are you saying now? Rollo, your thoughts on happiness and depression from last show changed my life. You should talk more about it. You want me to do a dedicated show about that? A down-to-earth real one? You know what? I'm going to put that in the big book of everything. Thanks for that idea, Alex. I'm going to do a happiness show. How's that? I'm writing it down right now. Happiness show. Because this show made me very unhappy. It's time we had some good news, right? Time for some good news. All right, my voice is going. I need some chloroseptic in the back of my throat, but I'm going to leave you here with. Oh, by the way, I'm officially now restarting the Wednesday live streams. So I'll be doing live shows on Wednesdays. I think I'm just going to keep them at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, unless people tell me they want me to do them later. I usually I do them when they're convenient for me, but we'll see how they go. But I'm going to leave you with this wonderful woman right here. No, I wouldn't do that to you. That's horrible. Okay, so wait. Before I go out, this is a professional musician.
I had to pay a fee, but I think I touched a nerve because he won't shut up.
And this is a failed musician. Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Registered trademark 2022. All rights reserved. Thank you very much. Not bad for a failed musician.